This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number One Red Flag. Yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
I will praise His name for your turn. You will what? What? One more. Oh my God. One more. You say. I will. And listen, shall we do it? I will sing unto the Lord. Unto the Lord, a joyful song. I will praise His name for the Lord. I will sing unto the Lord a joyful song. I will praise His name. Come on. Lord. I will sing unto the Lord a joyful song. I will praise His name for the Lord. I will sing unto the Lord. Unto the Lord a joyful song. I will praise His name for the Lord is good. Darling Jesus, you love me so. Say, darling Jesus, yeah. You love me so. LSM, shall we do? Say, darling Jesus. Darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus, you're a wonderful God. You love me so. Oh, my darling Jesus, you're a wonderful God. Come and say, darling Jesus. Darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus, you're a wonderful God. You love me so. My darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus. Shall we sing it together? Say, darling Jesus. You say, has God not been good to you? Over there, say, darling Jesus. You. Now let's come over here. Say, darling Jesus. You love me so. Everybody together with a loud voice. Say, darling Jesus. Darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus, you're a wonderful God. You love me so. Much, darling Jesus. Oh, my. One more time, say, darling Jesus. Darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus, you're a wonderful God. You love me so. Much, darling Jesus. Yes. Oh, my darling Jesus. You know this one. Oh, Lord of us. Yahweh. Look. Come on now. Yahweh.
Get iPhone 17, iPad, and Apple Watch all for $0.
Yahweh. Over there, say Lord. Yahweh. Shall we do it? Say Lord. Now I need you to choose your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. You're about to tell them something interesting. Turn to your neighbor. One. It surrounds me like a shield. It will what? Tell your neighbor. Your neighbor, if your neighbor can hear you, choose another neighbor. I say if your neighbor cannot hear you, go to another neighbor. Choose another neighbor, another If you are at the front, go and choose a neighbor at the back. Your neighbor is not responding. Just the voices, just the voices. Until the thing, shall we do it with another? Yeah! And it will cover me from now. One day I see my king. And it will cover me from now. Until the day I see somebody say glory, and it will cover me from now until the day I see my king. Somebody say glory, and it will cover me from now until the day I see my king. One more time, one more time. And it will cover me from now until the day I see. I can't hear you. Say glory. Until the day I see my king. You know this one, you know this one, you know this one. And somebody said, your name is the highest. Your name is the greatest. You what? Everybody, and all powers and positions. Your name. Somebody, if you are led, jump on your feet and say your name, your name. Come on, somebody. Release the praise in the house. It's time to move. Everybody, and dominion, all power, and position. Your in what? One more time, your. Oh my God. Say your is the greatest. Your is yes. Oh, power and position. Your name is tangible. Let's study it. Let's study it. Everybody, your it's the highest. Your it's the greatest. Your is tangible. Let them be power and position. Your yes. One more time. Your. Somebody open your mouth in the house. Yes. Woo! Oh, throne. Let them be all power and position. Your yes. And the angels touch it. We are believers. You will leave that holy forever. So the King of Kings, you will always be holy. Somebody.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Ola. I'm coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. I hope you guys are doing well. This is going to be one of those live streams, okay? So grab your water, make sure you're comfortable, make sure your earpieces, all that. There's going to be a lot of stuff. So today we're talking about the Danish deception. We're going to talk about the 4 keys to spot a prestige fraud. So again, get ready. It's going to be a powerful one. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you for being here today. Peanut girl said, I don't understand the option. She's slow and it can happen to anyone. Maybe you don't know the full story yet. Well, you know the person in the backstage already engaged in this story. Let me see. Who was that person? So we're in the backstage and I know I thought it was you. Oh no, it's Oluremi. Yeah, it's Oluremi. And I know Abby's already covered this a little bit on Uncle Benno's platform yesterday. Okay, I think it's Mina. Okay, not you. Sorry. All right, so don't worry. I'll bring you up to speed with the story. You know, that poll is for people who already know the story. It's a story that's been going viral for probably a couple of days. Okay. So don't worry. I'll bring you up to speed. Not only that, there's a 26-part video. I think I saw maybe 2 or 3 of it. So we're going to be watching it together. But I won't just bore you until you see it. I'll give you the full gist a little bit. I will tell you the lessons. Then we'll start watching it together. Okay. And then, you know, whenever we end, we end. Onile Ninja. Today, not today. So once you know the full story, the options will make sense to you. You pick one between she's slow or it can happen to anyone at that point. Until then, your guess is just as good. Okay, I just want to make sure you hit the like button though. Let's just make sure you hit the like button, you share, you subscribe, tell everybody we're hanging out. We're hanging out, and it's going to be everything: entertainment, education. Yeah, it's going to be all of that. So you will walk away with something today, I promise. Okay. So yeah, so again, my name is Ola. This is Man of Prestige. What we do here is we start life and relationship lessons from trendy topics. We tackle them from a standpoint of self-power, social seduction, attraction, emotional intelligence. We focus on self-empowerment. We do not play victim. You know, we understand that some people are victims, but we try to cover just self-empowerment stuff. I want you to be empowered. I want you to be able to take control of your life. I understand that sometimes life will give us, you know, its own whatever, you know, we are dealt certain cards, but I want you to learn how to navigate, learn how to play with the cards you've been dealt. Because everybody can look around and they can claim being a victim. They can point fingers at everybody else, everything else but self. Everybody can do that. But I want to push you far away from that. As a matter of fact, we tend to do that. That's our natural recourse, okay? But I'm going to push you away from doing that. I want to say shout out to all the sponsors, everybody that's watching, that's subscribing, that's sharing, that's donating super chats. Either we're here, we're not here, you're watching a replay. I want to say shout out to you. Thank you so much for always supporting the platform. We do have a framework, and I'm going to be applying that framework to this story today. We do have a framework, a particular framework that we apply to relationships in general, but of course, marriage, right? So don't be, I will point them out as we go along. All right. So without any further ado, we're just going to we're going to move closer. Let's again hit the like button, share, subscribe, and let's see. Yeah, I'll be right back. This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoy this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written two powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number One Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +17323058577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here. All right, welcome back. So this particular story that we're talking about is the story of a young Nigerian lady. I don't know if I picked up her age yet, but I will pick up that age in a second here. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about this young lady. She's I think she lives in Dallas, something like that, you know. She lives in Dallas. So what had happened to her was she lost about 300,000 between her and her family members. They've lost about $300,000 to being scammed by this white boy. Okay, so and we're going to talk about that. Okay, we're going to talk about that. She dated what you might want to call a royal, an Olympian, a wealthy tech executive. That's what she thought. So you can put all that in quotes. And he conned her and her family out of over $300,000. This has been what they call the Danish deception. It's a trendy story. If you go on Twitter, you will see. We'll see if we can review some of those comments. But more importantly, this is going to be a lesson that many of us will walk away with from here today. What I've seen is I've seen a lot of people judging her, saying she's just dumb. Okay. That, what I've seen is that some people watch the videos up to it's a 26-part series. They watched the video up to a certain point, they were empathizing with her, and at some point they started like, okay. So it's kind of similar to what's the name of that other series that we covered last time? Who the fuck did I marry? You remember that? Yeah. So of course we're going to use this to basically establish how powerful the Prestige Love Blueprint is. And how it could have easily stopped even a high-level con artist before he ruins your life. This could be two things can be true at the same time. Okay, so today we're going to break it down exactly. Where are the red flags? I don't really spend a lot of time on red flags here, but as long as it's an opportunity to learn, right, we can do that. Okay, we're also going to learn how grounding yourself when it comes to self power and process, right, how that can easily is the easiest way to make yourself invisible to sophisticated manipulators. Okay, when I say sophisticated manipulators, don't give them the credit that they know what they're doing. Sometimes they're just regular people in your life. They're just trying to cope, and they will walk all over you if you allow them, and they don't mean to harm you in the first place, even though they can effectively harm you. Some of them are the closest people in your personal lives. All right. So as we're getting through this, don't forget to hit like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. So that's a small intro, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more before we get into the videos. Shout out to Uncle Beno. I see you, Uncle Beno. Let's see here. Peanut Girl said, my answer is none of the above. My answer is a scammer got scammed. Oh, see. Let's see. So two things can be true. Maybe three things can be true at the same time. Okay. So it's called, if you're looking for it, again, I'm going to cover all of that here today. If you're patient, I'm going to cover all of them here today. But the videos, her name is Onyeka Ehi. Onyeka Ehi. She's on TikTok. She did a 26-part series. So yeah. So now the trap is very simple. Okay. The trap is actually very, very simple. There's a trap that was set here. Sometimes it's an actual human being that will set the trap, and oftentimes it's your own needy behavior that will that will make you set you up for a trap or make you a easy target. All right. So there's something here we call the appeals to the low value needs, right? So we have the 6 basic needs that I always cover here. Shout out to Uncle Beno. She said Gen Z must collect. Uh-oh. We got a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, sir.
Hey, imagine why?
All right. So, no, sorry. I meant to. A portable must dance. I'll be right back, guys.
You doing what?
No, not that one now. All right. Thank you, Uncle Beno. I appreciate you for that super chat. All right, so we have today's show sponsored. Thank you. All right, so as you know, as I was saying, we have the what we call the 6 basic human needs. It's right here on the screen. Number 1 is certainty. Number 2, variety. Number 3, significance. Number 4, connection. Number 5, growth. Number 6, contribution. So I'm going to keep that on the screen for a quick minute. So let's talk about the needs here, right? There's some of these needs that are basically low value needs. We all have these needs, right? But we can call them the low value needs. So if your appeals, or let me say like this, right? If your low value needs is being appealed, if you tend to have your low value needs being appealed, what will be the low value needs on here, right? The low value needs will be like things like significance and connection. Okay, now connection depends on the context you're looking at it from, right? Connection is not exactly low value, but significance is low value in the grand scheme of things. Okay, connection depends on how you're looking at it again. That's number 4, right? Connection is a basic human need, and it can actually translate or connect with other needs on this list, right? So it's not exactly a low value need, but if your low value need is being connected with from a very myopic place, right, then it can create problems for you. You become an easy target, right? So we're going to talk about that as it relates to this particular story as well. You're going to see that being pinpointed here, right? So we call it the low value needs, significance, connection, just for this context, right? So the deception mechanism, how can you be deceived? How can you be deceived by a white boy who has no job, who basically has no money, but is basically lying to you over and over again? Potentially to the point where you actually got married to this person before you find out the actual truth. This week alone, this is the second time I'm hearing this type of story. One story is actually particularly very close to me. Okay, it's in my own circle. And it's so funny that suddenly I started hearing Abby cover her story on Uncle Beno's platform yesterday. Shout out to Abby. And she was covering that story. I'm like, what is this story you guys are talking about? Before I did, nobody was answering me in the chat. I guess everybody was so engaged with their conversation. Before I put two together, I was like, oh, what? Danish deception. The second time this week. It's crazy. So, but let me let's talk about this love bombing of a thing. I hear this love bombing of a thing a lot, and oftentimes people play the victim. But yes, you could be a victim of love bombing, but the greatest part of the conversation is not just that you're a victim. It's about how did you become an easy target for a person that would love bomb you? That's the part that we need to cover. Remember, the self-empowerment. Right? So this guy, his name is Martin, right? The white boy, his name is Martin. He targeted the need for significance and connection. Okay? The need for significance and connection. So if you don't have those needs, it makes it doesn't mean you're completely free, but it makes it just that much harder, right, for you to become an easy target for perpetrators, right, or for a villain like Martin in this story. So now, the moment a relationship provides extreme external validation, that's external is the keyword. The moment you start, the moment you have this need for external validation, right? So think about things like you're dating a royal, right? You're dating a royalty. Let me play this video for you real quick before we continue. I'll play this video and then we'll continue. Let's see. Welcome everybody. Hit the like button as you're coming in. Hit the like button as you're coming in. Let's do this.
Sucker took $30,000 from me. Keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. He said, can you send me $5,000? After some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. I end up loaning him an additional $3K, not even a week after I had already given him $15K. I remember I gave him like a small amount, maybe like $3,000. We ended up going to Portugal for a week. We used my credit cards the majority of this trip. Your ex owes my husband $200,000. And I saw that there was a cash advance for $7,000. My little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K from me. I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. My coworkers that I used to work with, husband gave him $10,000 to. And what was in his account? 34 cents.
Should I replay that again? I should replay that again, right? Let me replay it again. Listen carefully this time around, okay?
That motherfucker took $30,000 from me. Keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. He said, can you send me $5,000? After some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. I end up loaning him an additional $3K, not even a week after I had already given him $15K. I remember I gave him like a small amount, maybe like $3,000. We ended up going to Portugal for a week. We used my credit cards the majority of this trip. Your ex owes my husband $200,000. And I saw that there was a cash advance for $7,000. My little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K from me. I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. My coworkers that I used to work with, husband gave him $10,000 to. And what was in his account? 34 cents. Point. He said, can you send me $5,000?
He had 34 cents in his account. Okay, all right. But how did we get here, right? How did we get here? That would be the first part, right? Also, I was seeing another video. Let me see some of the comments. You guys, I'll be coming back to read your comments back and forth. God-fearing Pookie said, wait, you're a Pookie? What's going on here? Jesus Christ. Why you call yourself a Pookie though? Oh my God. Anyway, God-fearing Pookie says she doesn't want no broke black man. I saw somebody said she was also a follower of Candace Owens. So again, I'm going to try my hardest not to judge her from any of those things. I think we're going to get a lot more lessons than that, but some of those things are telltale signs, just so you know. All right. Wait, what's wrong with Candace Owens? You find out now. Wait, nothing is wrong with her. Don't worry, nothing is wrong with that. So again, the moment a relationship starts to provide extreme external validation, that person is probably investing. They are investing so that they can come back and collect $300,000 worth of woto from your life. Yeah, it's probably an investment. Yeah, it's probably an investment. Just know, okay? Probably it's a keyword, okay? Some people, they're just a lover, but again, that's why we don't look at one thing. We look at a pattern. A pattern is not made until 3 different events. And I'll probably wait a little bit longer, okay? Especially depending on where you're coming from. So remember, she was dating a royalty. She thought she was dating a royal person. Is probably a shortcut, okay? Again, it's an investment, okay? These are things that will bypass the number 5, high value need, growth. Let me put it back on the screen. Number 5, the fifth need of a human being here is growth. And there's going to be opportunities to try to bypass that. And you want to watch out for any type of opportunities that's created to bypass shortcuts. Okay. And of course, instead of feeding yourself or somebody feeding you with love bombing that will make you feel significant, you want to be careful for anything that looks like it's bypassing growth. All right. A man, a woman of prestige, they find their significance in purpose. Purpose takes process. It's something that refines over time. It's something that helps you with growth. It's something that you have to reflect back on every 2 weeks, every 3 months, every 6 months, every year, every 5 years, right? And you don't feed your significance from a partner's fabricated status, right? And we don't need to wait until it's fabricated. It might even be real. It might be a royalty for real, right? But you don't really feed your significance from that. So it's not that deep, but it's deep. It's, of course, a person who is a royalty coming out of a European country like, what is it, Denmark, right? That's a big deal. But that shouldn't be so much of a big deal that you're trying to bypass your personal growth. You have to be careful. And oftentimes it comes from a blind spot. It's not going to be something that will just present itself. Sometimes like, oh, butterflies in your stomach. You just want to be very careful around that. Okay. Now today we're talking about the 4 points of a prestige fraud, right? The 4 keys to spotting a prestige fraud. But really, what I really want to talk about also as part of that is to talk about the 4 keys to vetting a man of prestige, or maybe also a woman of prestige. There's a framework around this. I don't like to call it framework because we're kind of talking about romantic relationship at the end of the day, because now people start drawing this framework and then they lose the sense of being a human being, and it's okay to fall in love. We just want to kind of work from the inside out and not from the surface level or external validation inside, right? Because then you become an easy target, and it's very easy for especially professional con artists to pick you apart and then eat you up and chew you and spit you out. All right. So, how do you spot fake power? Okay, because again, power dynamics is always playing a role here, right? A man of true prestige, he doesn't really feel the need to over leverage. He doesn't feel the need to speak his power verbally. It's stuff that just shows in a lifestyle. You can almost see it. It should be obvious. It should be obvious without making it obvious, right? And if all the value that they have is tied to even a simple job, even if it's ordinary 6-figure job, if they can't wait to tell you how much they are of a 6-figure job, how much money they have in the cryptocurrency somewhere, how much they have somewhere stacked away somewhere, or their family name. And we're not talking about character. Character is not something you say, it's something you see, right? And I'm talking about consistent showing up in a certain type of way that make you feel safe and secure. If all they are talking about is surface level stuff like a job, all that stuff is they're not permanent. Okay, no condition is permanent, right? Because all of it is a moving target. If all it's doing is talking about all these moving target type of things, then it's a red flag. Because the reality is that true power is quiet in so many ways. Deception is loud and it's flashy, but you won't see it that way if it's poking or connecting with that low value need, right? Significance and connection. All right. So now the failure point here is basically ignoring the 4-point focus. Okay. The 4-point focus. Are you guys remember? You guys recall what the 4-point focus? Don't worry, we'll get into the videos. We'll get into videos. I just want to make sure that the people that come here and go, they will see this first, and then we'll get into the videos, because this is the most important part here. The 4-point focus in romantic relationships, and especially marriage, is friendship, sex, but the most important part is learning how to have this under control, expectations and pride, right? You need to have them under control. Friendship and sex also become a lot of people's vulnerable points. So, but these are the 4-point focus right here. Boundaries, right? I'm not really a big fan of how people paint boundaries. People that have low tolerance oftentimes will bring up boundaries as their excuse, right? But in this case, it's clear. You will see it as I start to play the video. You will see it's very clear that that scammer was moving too fast. But of course, you couldn't see it, right? We're talking about engagement in 5 months. Subjective, right? Subjective. Because if a woman or man of a certain age, 6 months, you should be able to see if this is a person you see yourself with for the rest of your life. Okay, by 1 year, it's okay to go and get married, but all of that is a function of how much work you've done on yourself. Because there's some people, a lifetime is not enough for them. They can't see, they don't see a red flag. They are a walking red flag themselves. So it's subjective. But I'm saying if you've done what you might consider reasonably, you've done some work on yourself, and you're a man or woman of certain age, not a person in college, not a person that just graduated college. Okay. I'm talking about man of a woman of a certain age. You're 25 and above. Yes, 6 months. 6 months, maybe more so 27, 28, right? 6 months is enough to see yourself with a person for a lifetime, at least to see yourself with that person for a lifetime. It doesn't mean you have to propose, but to know that, okay, this person I'm spending my time around, there's a reason. You're not just wasting time. Again, it's subjective to a large extent, right? But not as subjective as some of you might think. It's not so subjective that, hey, you can be 45, it's okay. No, calm down. If you're 45 and you're single, we should be able to point at circumstances, just as a circumstances reason. We should be able to say, okay, these are the whys. Oh, I've been divorced before. Oh, I was in a long-term relationship for too long, and I was still. We should be able to pinpoint a few things. We can't just say, oh, we fell out of the skies and we're now 55 and we've never been married before. But I always wanted to be married. Like, no, stop the cap. Okay, so it was clearly moving too fast, right? And and moving too fast, again, it's not a function of time. It's a function of just all of the stuff we're going to hear in this story, right? And then before you knew it, they were married. Patience, process, prayer. Patience, the 3 P's: patience, process, prayer. That's part of our framework. It's a major part. Patience, process, prayer. Prayer is actually the least important part here, but somewhat depend on the context. It's probably also very important. But in terms of what you can control, right? Prayer is for okay. I have to Prayer is supposed to help you with patience. Because oftentimes you simply don't have the answer. We don't have the answer oftentimes. But prayer helps you through that process while you're allowing God to work, to do his magic. So prayer is powerful, but it's not something you can control. You can't just say, I pray 3 days and I fasted and then results are happening. That's when they start to deceive you. Then you become vulnerable to charlatans. Okay? Prayer is supposed to help you with the other 2 P's, patience and process, because a big part of that process they're not things you can control. Okay? But you can indirectly control it because we trust the law of reciprocity, and we trust just law of nature in general. If you work on yourself, it's very hard for you to become an easy target for people like Martin. Okay, it's just very, very hard. So now we need to define working on yourself. What does that mean? Because we hear it so much too, and a lot of people that hear saying they work on themselves are like, wait, what part of the work did you do on yourself? Sometimes it's just loud. Oh, I've worked on myself. They're just loud. Okay, if you've worked on yourself, we'll be able to see with the fruits. It's not something you have to say it out loud. The fruits will tell on you. Okay. So back to the process. So the 3 P's, right? We have patience there, and obviously this guy was moving too fast. And then, but of course, it was connecting with her nerves, her needs, right? And expectations. Okay, combining lives, money, credit. Okay, without, you got to be careful. You have to be careful. Okay, there must be some level of independent stability. Now, again, because there's so many layers to it, it's kind of hard. But this is why you need mentorship. This is why you need coaching. Because again, if you're the person inside of the romantic relationship, the reason why they're in a romantic relationship with you is because they've connected with something that also represents vulnerability. Okay, so it's not intentional, because you actually need a level of vulnerability in a healthy romantic relationship. But vulnerability is essentially what the adversaries, that's what they exploit, right? So we're looking for some sort of balance here, but we're gonna get it today. The moment he asked for money, the moment he started asking for something that's just explicitly like that's just a no. You being a lady, okay? So there's gender in this, okay? You being a lady and he's randomly start to ask for money in upwards of 3,000, random $5,000, $6,000, $30,000. At that point in time, your radars should be going off heavily. Let me play the video for you again. Somebody did a fantastic job of extracting this out. Let me play this video again.
After some time, he talks me into loaning him the $15,000. I end up loaning him an additional $3K, not even a week after I had already given him $15K. I remember I gave him like a small amount, maybe like $3,000. We ended up going to Portugal for a week. We used my credit cards the majority of this trip. Your ex owes my husband $200,000. And I saw that there was a cash advance for $7,000. My little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3K for me. I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. My coworkers that I used to work with, husband gave him $10,000 to. And what was in his account? 34 cents.
All right. What was it that was in his account? 34 cents. All right. So the 4-point focus, we're talking about 4-point focus. One of them is expectations, right? The expectation here should be some level of independent stability. Listen, interdependence at least. Okay, that means there's value. There's some kind of value. But when we talk about value, we need to spell that out. When it becomes a matter of money, we're talking about your livelihood, we're talking about potentially you're a young lady, you saved a lot of money, you've worked hard in the past. Since you graduated, you've been saving money, and then some random guy out of nowhere sees you as an easy target because you're intentional. But then the moment you fall in love with all your senses shut off. Okay? Senses connected to your preference in a man. A tall, dark, not dark, a white boy, handsome type of deal. When we say identity, I don't want to go too far, but let's keep listening, okay? The expectation here is independent stability to some extent, okay? And once he started asking for money, that was violated. The other part of the that I want to pay attention to, I want us to pay attention to here will reflect more so on her. All of it reflect on her, okay? If you're playing the victim, I want to empower you. That's what I want to do, okay? Sorry, my bad. You're not playing the victim. If you're a victim, I want to empower you. That's the goal of this live stream, okay? Your fantasies, whatever you fantasize about, you have to put them in check. All of us have fantasies. That's what makes us human beings. We have reality, we have fantasy, right? That's why we fall in love with you, ladies. We set the tone, we have structured, and you make a home out of it, even if we're fantasizing sometimes. But that gets us to the next day, gets us through it. But that creates our experience from an emotional standpoint, right? So, but we have to be careful. Once you become a woman, a man of a certain age, you really have to check those fantasies. You have to put them in check. Okay, you have to make it okay to fantasize, but you have to be self-aware enough to realize that certain things are fantasies. Because the further away from reality you move, obviously you're moving away from truth, and truth is undefeated, but it takes longer for you to get to truth. And sometimes, okay, I don't know how to say that in English. Sometimes you've lost a lot before we can kill the enemy. Okay. How long did it take her to say my Olympian royalty husband or fiance? How long did it take her before she realizes before she faced the reality that this dude is broke and he's a gambler. How long did it take her? What made it take so long? Is it because she really couldn't see? Let's be honest. In the chat, let's come to the chat. Is it because she really couldn't see? I will leave a cheat sheet on the screen. She couldn't see it. Here's a cheat sheet on the screen, guys. She couldn't really see it. She was really blind. Because love was blind. Why is it that she couldn't see? The real reason why romantic relationships marriage is falling apart is not finance. Don't let them deceive you. It is not finance. It is not infidelity. And it's definitely for sure not all reconcilable differences or irreconcilable differences. It's only two reasons. Why is it that she couldn't see it? Right? My Olympian fiance is broke and gambling. She's calling it out for the whole world to see now, but did it really take that long for her to see it? Our human basic need, number one, human basic need is certainty. We already said, right? Human basic need is certainty. So another way to put that is security, safety, right? But more so ensuring it, verifying it, validating it, not just validating it with our emotions, right? Because all of us will validate bullshit with our emotions. This is where we fail sometimes, right? But certainty, right? Why did she bypass certainty? How and why did she bypass certainty to fall for this guy to the tune of losing over $300,000? There are worse stories out there, by the way. Some people have lost their lifetime. At least all she lost is money. Money comes and goes. So if she earned the money before, they will earn it back again. The only thing they can't get back is time. So we can't afford to be losing money, right? Precisely because of time. The reason is pride. Okay? The reason is pride. Yeah, our ego. That's why. That's why she couldn't see. She saw what she saw, but our ego. Remember, she's presenting all of these things. She's presenting a certain picture. Let me show you. Before I'm gonna have her tell you the full story, but I want you to let's get the lessons out of this. Let's get this lessons. Hold on one second. There's a video I'm gonna find right now and play for you. Let's see a couple of videos as a matter of fact. Okay, let's look at this one.
First modeling gig together with the Ritz-Carlton. Y'all, we were so excited for this. This was also Martin's first time modeling, which I knew he was going to crush it because, come on, he already looks like a model. We started out the day taking shots at the pool, sipping some refreshing drinks, and you can't see it in these videos, but the sweat was dripping, y'all. We literally were fighting the urge to jump headfirst into the pool. The team we worked with was amazing, and they kept hyping us up, and Martin was like, I could get used to this model life. But in all honesty, we felt so natural, and I know all the shots and videos they got are going to turn out so great. They asked me for a solo moment by Martin,
So see this picture she's presenting here. Do you think it's possible that during this all this sitting right here, she probably already knew already? There's a good chance she knew already, but her pride will not let her. She won't let her back off of it. Her pride will help her tell herself lies, believable lies. You don't know. Yes, we can tell ourselves lies. Where do we come from when we tell ourselves lies that we clearly see is a lie, but we'll tell that lie and we'll believe it? It's called pride. It's pride, guys. That's one video. Here's another video.
and I got my sign.
Onyeka at the airport picking up Martin's mom. You know, love happily ever after. She has this picture she has to maintain. Again, the poll is still there. You can change your poll if you want. She's slow, but it can happen to anyone, right? So she's filming all of this. She's been filming. I heard she's a realtor. I heard she was actually on the show Bachelors as well, right? So this is a certain type of person who she gets certain part of her needs satisfied from significance, right? She has to look a certain way, right? In fact, she's going to tell us why she decided. At some point, she decided that she's going to tell the whole world, but it wasn't because she humbled herself. It wasn't because she humbled herself. You know, look at this one. I was wrong about, let me see what, okay, not this one. I'll come back to this one later on. But you get the gist, guys. There's a picture I'm trying to paint here, okay? It's not about, you know, but let's keep going. Pride is the reason. Pride. So there are two of the 4 focus points here where she failed. The failing point is number 1, the expectation is some kind of independent stability. Somebody must present. No condition is permanent. I'm not saying you should be asking that people should be making $1 million before you can be with them, but you must feel a sense of stability from them. Okay, feeling is a big part of that. It's not just reading credit scores. Okay. The second part here is where she failed. She failed at this one, pride. Because again, certain things, you know, when people, you know, we say to ourselves all the time, red flags, right? We saw the red flags, but we didn't. Why? Because of pride. Okay. Now, I always talked about the anti-seducers, right? You see them on the screen. They're on the screen, right? Again, I want to cover the lessons, because I don't know if I will have time to cover the lessons later. I really want to get through all the videos. 26 parts. God help us today. I got time. The only thing I don't know if I have is, let me save my voice. Okay. As soon as you guys are ready to call and you have an opinion, let me know. I'll drop the link. But let me finish the lessons first. The anti-seducers. Neediness. I want to highlight neediness on her part. Neediness kind of presents in weird ways, you know. It doesn't always present as I need you. But feeling like you need to be needed is also neediness. Does that make sense? Feeling like you need to be needed, ladies, okay? Building the man. We've talked about building a man. You have to be careful with building a man. Your role is to be a helpmate. But of course, you want to be equal. And you're struggling. You don't know where you belong in this one. You want to be equal. You want partnership, but you don't want to build a bob. But guess what? As men, we don't have problem building a bob as long as that's the lady we want. Or building a Barbara, rather, right? Not only that, we have the capacity. Social construct gives us the capacity to do that. Okay? So, but for you, you can try for a little bit, but in due time, you're going to need to be a lady. It's going to be a need. It's going to be a natural need. If you're like most people, there are exceptions, of course. I'm not talking to the exceptions. Feel free, do you? Okay. Neediness. Poisonous. It's poisonous to your love life. Okay. So that's another place. Guilt. Let's talk about guilt. At some point, she probably wants to call it out. In fact, the guy said, I want divorce. And the guy was going to the airport. She knew that this guy is a scammer. This guy is a con artist. She had already seized this passport. But then she wanted to jump in the car and run towards, you know, like slow motion. Run towards him and save him. The need to save a person who is already crashed and burnt. You want to save him to become a wholesome human being. That need, right? Connect it with the guilt that she felt. Like, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry. Like, no, you know, you're the love. We're going to walk through this. You're the love of my life. Yeah, the guilt. Okay, not only does it poison a healthy love life, it poisons life itself. So there's a difference between guilt and blame. Right? Guilt and blame, they tend to go along together very well, right? Or shame, right? These are all poisons, right? And being accountable. Being accountable is a function of you have to be a healthy human being first. The same reason why you can't run towards just saying I'm sorry, because you just want the issue to be over. You need to know why you're sorry. You need to actually take the time to go through the P process. Have a conversation. a healthy, respectful conversation, and then actually see where there was a blind spot and say, hey, I apologize for that. That was a oversight. I didn't see that part. Sorry about that. You know exactly why you're apologizing. Not just I'm sorry, because some people say, I'm sorry, save the Lord. No, I'm sorry doesn't save anything. Though. If anything, it waters down the value of your I'm sorry because you give it so easily. Anyhow. So you're pushing issues under the rug. So you can see, of course, because the foundation was wrong, they had a tendency to continue in that same manner. So she wanted to save him. In fact, all she had been doing was saving him. Okay. Your defense in all of this is still self, guys. Self-empowerment. Empower yourself. You're responsible for your own financial security. That's why I have to agree with Peanut. Is a scammer or the scammy is a scammer or something like that. To a large extent, is again, what not to victim shame, but where did you make this easy? How did you become an easy target for adversaries? Okay, helping him with his problem is an act of, you guys know it. You guys are much more fluent in this language than me. Codependency, right? Codependency can camouflage as a human need. Another human need that we have here is contribution, right? We feel the need to contribute to other people's lives. Number 6, human need. We feel the need, want to contribute to other people's lives. Of course, we like the feeling of being the charity contribution, right? But at what point does it cross the line to codependency? These are the things I want you to pay attention to as we go through that story, right? These are poisons. These are the poisons. They're slow poisons, by the way. It takes a while before they actually show up. They're slow poisons. So, for the lesson, here's my conclusion. The ultimate defense is still GPS. God, purpose, and self. Okay? But kind of like the way we handle Bible, sometimes we've seen it so much that we don't really value it, right? Or we can't, God, purpose, self is not as simple as your own, as quote unquote God factor. No, it's not that simple. Okay. I want you to think about gratitude at a very deep level. Okay. Gratitude at a very, very deep level, like actually doing inventory of your life. And yes, you are probably going to find it easy to blame the rest of the world and be a victim. But what other things can you be grateful about? And how can you use to drive growth? Growth. That's another G, right? Then purpose. Are you living your purpose? Your purpose has to be bigger than yourself, so that it's not a question of, hey, how can you put your purpose before me? No, there's no question. It's bigger than me. Okay. Then, of course, probably the greatest of them all is self-empowerment, self-development. Work on yourself. And if you've had experience in this life, great. You have things to reflect on. If you haven't had any experience, working on yourself is like, I don't know. How about put yourself out there and take some risk? Okay? Take some risk. Have something to reflect back on. So you're not really doing yourself a favor if all you're doing is saying you're preserving yourself until you discover yourself. There's nothing to discover. There's no frame of reference. Okay, so work on your confidence. Put yourself out there. Learn as much as you can learn, but get out there. Okay, you need to get out there. And I'm not talking about staying on TikTok all day long, arguing with strangers on ideologies that you've never tested. That's what a lot of people are doing right now. They just hang out online all day long, arguing about ideologies that has never been tested. Okay, this is your best defense point. Self-grounding is a major part. It will make you immune to external factors or external validations. Things like buying Chanel, like buying Rolex. If you're not really a watch person, you wouldn't know what you're gonna hear where she talks about that. And of course, purpose keeps you focused on long-term growth. It's not just about what you get. Instant gratification will get controlled. Okay, we all like instant gratification, but we also know that it tends to be destructive if that's your mindset about life. You just want to snap your finger and things are happening. It will stunt your growth long term, right? So purpose helps you with that, because purpose is not just a reason, you know, it's not just a reason, it's something that gets refined over time, right? Every human being needs that. Um, but maybe I'm biased. I think especially every man needs to be engaged with their life mission and their purpose. All right. So, and yeah, if you want to master the art of vetting, I think it's going to be a longer conversation that needs to get into. We need to get into your specific story, where you're coming from. Did you fall out of the skies? You didn't just fall out of the skies and became an 18-year-old young lady, right? So a lot of things that's happened before now. So we kind of need to hear a little bit about your story, and you need to understand the difference between true love and obviously financial exploitation in reverse. Because again, that boy was investing, right? Before he collected, he got paid. My God, don't pay. Shout hallelujah. All right, so those are the lessons. I hope you guys got something. If you got some value out of that, do me a favor, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. So right about now, we're going to get into the stories, and she's going to tell us the stories by herself. 26 parts. May God help us. I'll be right back. This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Let's do it. Welcome back. So we're talking about Onyeka, the Danish deception. So she's going to be telling us the story, and then we're going to take it from there. Let's see here. Where is this thing? How do we do this thing again back then? Let's see. Okay. Is it good like this? Oh yeah, like that. Okay. Let's do it like this. All right. So I'm going to play the video, and then she's going to start. This is part 1. Let's listen in.
The Danish Deception, part 1. Okay, so it all started in June of 2022. I was in a place in my life where I was working 2 jobs. I was working like a dog, and I knew I needed a break. So I reached out to my friend, Sarah, who was living in Germany at the time with her husband. And I said, let's take a trip. Let's go somewhere in Europe. And she was so down. And we were trying to decide where we wanted to go. And we decided to go to Hvar, Croatia, because we wanted somewhere that was like a cute local town that was by the water, but it wouldn't be as crazy busy as other places in Europe. And so we decided to go to Hvar. We flew to Split first, met there, took a ferry over. And at first I was just so amazed at how beautiful this place was. And so the first night I was a little bit jet lagged. So we kept it very chill, grabbed dinner, then went back to our Airbnb. And the next morning when we woke up, we had literally 2 things on our agenda, and that was to eat and drink and be by the water. And like I said, 3 things, but yeah, eat, drink, and be by the water. So we went to Hula Hula, which if you've been to Hvar, you've been to Hula Hula. It's this beach club that's very well known there, and it's right on the water. And we're laying in day beds, kind of off to the side, minding our own business, sipping mojitos. And I look up and I see this very attractive man. And the first thing that came to my mind was, this man looks like he is walking straight out of a Calvin Klein ad. And I'm telling you guys, 6'3", blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled skin, so tan, muscles everywhere. I was definitely taken aback. And I feel like it takes a lot for me to really double take a man just based on his looks like that. And 100%, I was a little bit just in awe. I didn't even realize that he was like with a friend at first. And so I'm still minding my own business, keeping it chill. And he looks over at me and he says, how are the drinks? And I said, the drinks are wonderful. We're just sipping mojitos. He said, should I get us all around? And I said, absolutely. Number one, he's cute. Number two, who wouldn't want a free mojito? So I said yes. We got a round of drinks and we're sipping our drinks and we just start small talking. And I asked them where they're from. And they say that they're both from Denmark. My ex was living in Copenhagen, and then his friend was living in a smaller town called Aalborg, which is north of Copenhagen. And that was actually my ex's hometown, that his friend was still living there. And so we were just small talking the whole time. We didn't really talk about a whole lot of things. It was just like, where are you from? And just basic things. But they were asking us, what's your plan for the rest of the trip? And we told them, we're doing a full day boat excursion tomorrow. And then we're going to dinner tonight at this place called Dalmatino. And he said, oh, how's the dinner spot? And I was like, I don't know, but I got recommended by a friend to go there. And he was like, okay, well, maybe we'll meet up with you guys again later. And I said, sure. So we're getting a little bit tired. So we decided that it's time for us to leave. And so as we're leaving, I decide to make a bold move and just ask him for his Instagram. And obviously I'm trying to be a little sly. So I asked him and his friend for their Instagrams, and we exchange Instagrams. We get into our taxi to go back to our Airbnb, and we're literally en route to our Airbnb. And I get a DM from him, and he basically said, it was so nice meeting you. Have fun at Dalmatino. Maybe we'll see you guys later. Didn't read anything into it. I just was like, it was fun to just have a conversation with a cute guy. And so we go back to our Airbnb, we get dressed, we get ready for dinner, and we're like on our way to dinner. And he is like messaging me about the restaurant and asking us details about it. I didn't think anything of it. But we sit down, we're having dinner, we have a spectacular dinner, and we're finishing off the evening with our desserts, AKA espresso martinis. And I'm sipping my drink and I look up and I see him and his friend at the restaurant. And they walk up over to us and I'm like, oh, hey. He's like, yeah, they're a little booked up, but they said they can seat us in 20 minutes. I was like, oh, cool. Well, we're about to be done, but we'll go grab a drink. Maybe we can meet up later. And he said, okay, sounds good. So it's kind of awkward timing because we were finishing up dinner while they hadn't even been sat yet. And so we went to a bar across the street and we were grabbing drinks, and I just I hit a wall, and I was like, okay, now I need to go to sleep. And I was super jet lagged. And so I sent him a DM just basically saying, hey, we are so tired. We have a full boat excursion tomorrow. I don't think we're going to stay out much later. And he was like, that's totally fine. And so the next day we wake up, we get on the boat, and I start obviously posting all my cute photos. Remember I took a photo driving the boat, and we were just, having fun. And I was looking at my Instagram story, and I see he's hearting every single story, and he's responded to a couple of them. I am not the type of person that reads very much into activity on social media like that.
Except this one.
It was something that I noticed. And so, we continued on with that for a day and a half. And then he reaches out to me and he says, hey, what are you guys doing? And at this time, it is our last night in Havar. And he said, what are you guys doing tonight? And I said, we don't really have plans because we didn't. And he said, well, do you guys want to come to dinner with us? And me and my friend were like, absolutely, sure. And she wasn't really down to go. I kind of forced her because I was like,
oh, you kind of forced her.
And
okay.
It's a free dinner. Let's just go. It'll be fun. And so she's a good friend. So she came with me, and we get to the restaurant, and him and his friend are sitting across from each other. So obviously I took the seat next to him. I was sitting across from my friend, and we're sitting there, we're having a wonderful dinner and drinking tons of wine. And I come up with this idea to play this game where I'm asking his best friend to describe what my ex's type was. And because we were obviously vibing with each other, and I was just curious. And so his best friend starts listing off everything, good morals, hard worker, all these things. And I felt like he was describing me. And after his friend was done talking, my best friend basically said, aside from being a good cook, she checks off every single box. And I remember I looked at him, my ex, and I said, but I will become a great cook for a good man. And he starts laughing. I remember I put my hand on his leg, and that was the first time in my life that I felt that instant electricity from someone's touch. It literally felt like I was getting shocked. And we instantly like had this physical attraction towards each other. And we started talking about what we did for work. And I told him that I was working as a real estate agent and in tech. And then he told me, he's like, I'm actually chief commercial officer for a ad tech company that does marketing for real estate companies. So I was working in real estate and tech, and he was working in real estate and tech, and everything just like felt like it was aligning. But again, I'm like, this guy lives in Copenhagen. There's nothing that's going to come from this. So after dinner, we go and grab some drinks at a bar nearby, and we grabbed one drink, and they're definitely gearing up to go back out. And it was our last night, and my friend really did not want to go out. And I am not the type of a girl to ever leave my friend for a man, never in a million years. So I ended up just saying, hey, I think we're going to call it a night and we're going to head out. And he was respectful of that 100%. And I remember we just hugged goodbye and we left, and that was it. And so we're going back to our Airbnb. We're walking home, and I get a DM from him. And he said, it was so nice meeting you. I hope it's not the last time. Also, South Africa is happening. I can see it. And the reason why he said that was because I was telling him that I had wanted to go to South Africa for that following Christmas, and because my family was going to be traveling. And he said, I've always dreamt of going to South Africa. And I jokingly was like, well, you're invited if you want to come. And so whenever he made that comment to me in the DM, I was like, okay, sure. I am not thinking anything of it, right? At this point, whatever, like this guy lives 5,000 miles away from me. I'm not thinking anything of it. So the next day, my friend goes back to Germany, and I go to Barcelona to meet up with some friends. And again, I'm like posting throughout my trip, and every time I look at my phone, it's like he's DMing me, messaging me, and he's continuing all of this. And I'm just a little bit shocked, but also like very interested still at the same time. And he was remembering things that I told him at dinner. Like I had told him that I was going to buy a Chanel bag because I wanted to reward myself for working hard. And he had messaged me and been like, hey, did you get your Chanel bag? And I was literally like drunk off sangrias in my bikini and cover up in the Chanel store when I got that DM. And I sent him a selfie, and he said, this is the best photo I've ever seen. And I just like felt like I could just be myself with him already. And, you know, we were just getting along and having good conversation. So again, he doesn't even have my phone number at this point. We were literally just flirting through DMs. So I end up leaving Barcelona the next day, and I land, and he sends me a message, and he said, what are you doing this weekend? Do you want to go to Ibiza? And I saw the message, and I was like, what? And we will continue in part 2. The Danish deception.
So sorry about that. What do you guys think about that? I was muted. What do you guys think about that thus far? There's not much. There's only so much you can pick. She's still telling us a long story, obviously, right? They met, getting to know each other. But I will tell you right now, those of you that are going to Dirty December, those of you going to Dirty December, thank you, Biba K. Thank you. I figured that out quickly. Those of you going to Dirty December, okay, you're going to meet people, of course, you know. But some people actually meet their husband in Dirty December, believe it or not. They do. They meet their husband, they meet their wife. So it's not as simple as don't get with anybody from. It's not that simple because, you know, but there's some, we have to dig in a little bit deeper here. But there's a couple of things that she said that I want to point out before I go to part 2, right? She shot, I shot. Okay, that's just one event. But again, this is the first point that's going to align with many other points, right? She was the one that asked for the Instagram. Well, she was the one that was heads over heel in love with this guy at first. But of course, the guy started to engage Instagram stories, right? Well, maybe he had a motive. Maybe he didn't have a motive. We're going to find out in due time. Remember who the fuck the guy who the fuck did I marry? That story, right? Remember the guy came out later on and said this, that. So everybody have their own side of the story. So let's just be fair to her, right? She's just saying she shot her shot, she fell in love. There are people that have done that. I generally don't advise that because I think it's an indication of something deeper, you know. So I'll be careful with dirty December type of you going there to shoot your shot and then you fall. Again, the way she described the blue eye, you could tell that there's more to it than those words. But maybe we're prejudging. Maybe we're prejudging. You know. Also, the friend was not into it. She forced her friend to go to dinner with these people. Okay, and suddenly she realized she's never cooked before. She realized she's going to be a great cook for a good man. Okay, what good man? The chief commercial assistant who works in tech for real estate, just to align real estate with what she did. I mean, there's no way she would have known. Like, come on, there's no way for her to know. But let's get into part two. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'll be right back. This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here. All right, welcome back. So Onyeka is going to take us through part 2 of the Danish deception thingy. Let's get into it.
Danish deception part 2. Okay. So he sent me this message saying, you should come to Ibiza this weekend. I'm going with a bunch of friends. And he's like, I'll send you the flight. Everything will be paid for. And I thought about it for a second because, come on, who wouldn't want to go to Ibiza? And then I thought a couple of reasons why I didn't want to go was mainly because I just bought a Chanel bag. So I was like, I want to work and make more money. And also I felt like this is the type of guy that things come easy for him. And this is not something that's going to be easy for you to obtain. And I didn't want our first weekend to be like just partying together with all of his friends. Like that's not what I wanted. So I ended up telling him no, but I just ended up saying that I needed to work. And I thought he was never going to talk to me again. But somehow this like lit a fire under him and he became even more persistent and he started pursuing me even more. And he was sending me messages like, when are you going to come visit me in Copenhagen? Or I would love to come to Dallas to come see you. And I was just like, who is this man and what's happening? Still not really taking him serious. And then maybe like a couple weeks later, he sends me another message. And at this point, we're still talking pretty consistently on Instagram. We still do not have each other's numbers. And he sends me a message. He says, hey, I have a work conference coming up in Monaco and I would love for you to come. And I read that message and I was like near the south of France, like that Monaco? And he was like, yeah, like I can get you your flight and everything will be taken care of. And I was like, okay, well, give me some time to think about it because I didn't want to say yes on the spot, but I was like, okay, this is something I definitely want to consider. So I thought about it for a while. I talked to my friends about it. I talked to my sisters about it. At first I was like, I don't think I'm going to do it. Like, this is crazy. And then over time, I started like talking myself into it. And then one morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to Monaco. So I sent him a message and I said, hey, I've decided I'm going to come to Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, this is the best day ever. I'm so happy. Send me your passport and everything. I'll book the flight. So I sent him a picture of my passport. And I also was like, oh, and by the way, here's my phone number. He was like, I've been waiting for you to give this to me for now like weeks. And I said, okay, here you go. Thank you for like inviting me on this trip. So I give him my phone number and he sends me a message and he said, it took you long enough. And I said, oh yeah, well, sorry. I'm just a little bit more reserved when it comes to like dating and men. Like, I just like to make sure like I'm a very intentional person. And he was just so respectful to me. I remember when he was booking the flights and everything, he was like, don't worry, like I'll get you your own hotel room. Like he was just being so respectful. And so I remember our very first phone call so perfectly because it came completely out of the blue. It was like on like a Tuesday and I'm sitting at my work desk and he sends me a message. He's like, can I call you? And I was like, oh, he wants to call me. And I'm like, I'm literally discombobulated, freaking out. Like, what am I going to do when this man actually calls me? But I was like, you need to get together. So he calls me, answer the phone, and he's actually in a cab to the airport. He's about to go on a work trip. And we were just small talking about our day. And I felt like those like butterflies that I felt whenever we had been together at dinner in Croatia. And I remember getting off the phone with him and I was just sitting there like cheesing, like, which I don't ever do. And I was just, this guy is special. And he sent me a message and he was like, you are so cute. Like, I love talking to you. And I said, I love talking to you too. And so basically from that moment on, we just started talking on the phone all the time, like for 1 hour, 2 hours a day. We started talking about a lot of things, about a lot of different aspects of our lives. He was telling me that, he was living in Copenhagen. He was living in this condo. Obviously, he knew that I lived in Dallas. And then we started talking about past relationships. And I told him, I was very honest. I said, I actually haven't had like a truly serious relationship before. I have always been a very independent person, but I do want to meet someone. I do want to like get married and have kids, but I don't feel like that pressure to like force it. Like, I have such a great example with my parents, and I really want to have like an amazing love in this lifetime. And so I'm going to take my time to find that. And I asked him, like, what's your history with your dating? And he was like, yeah, well, I actually was in a relationship with a girl. We were together for about 4 years. And I actually broke up with her about 4 months before I met you. And I said, oh my gosh, like the 4 years is a long time. He said, yeah, like it needed to happen for a while. And really what happened was that she told him that she was ready to have kids and he wasn't ready to have kids. And I guess that forced him to realize that she wasn't the one, and they were living together. So it was like a really hard situation to get out of, but he finally was able to do so. And so I was happy to hear that had been about 4 months since they broke up, because if he had said like they had just broken up, I would have been a little bit more hesitant to pursue things, because I know like you go through a breakup, you need time to heal. But I felt like, okay, 4 months should be enough time. And then we started talking about like our families a little bit too. I told him I'm super close with my family. He said, I'm really close with my mom and my little sister. I do have an older sister that I don't talk to. And basically something happened and she was like being like physically abusive, verbally, physically abusive towards his mom. And he decided to cut her out of his life because she's crazy. And I said, listen, I get that. That makes sense. Like, you should not have her in your life. And I think just like over the course of a month, we're talking on the phone for just hours. And I tell people all the time that it felt like we fell in love over the phone, because from the time that I had decided to go to Monaco to the time that I actually left for Monaco, it was a month. And we had this plan that we weren't going to FaceTime at all, because we wanted the next time we saw each other to be in person, which I thought at the time was super romantic. And so, we started talking about like hypotheticals. I remember he told me one day, he said, if we ever end up getting married, you're going to meet the queen. And I remember just like laughing at that comment. And he said, no, I'm being serious. And I said, what do you mean I'll meet the queen? And he said, well, my family has a royal title. And I was like, wait, what? And he sent me this link to this site. It's called the Order of the Elephants. And he said, you could do some research and then we can talk about it. And I said, okay. So I start going through the page that he sent me, and I see someone that had the same last name as him, like some old guy from like the 1700s. And I remember taking a screenshot and I said, is this your great great grandpa? And he goes, now you're getting on track. My next question to you is, how's your etiquette? And I was like, I think it's okay. And so I'm sitting here like, who is this man? He's attractive. He has a great job. He has a royal title. Like, is there anything wrong with him at this point? And I have always believed in the term, it's too good to be true. But and I was feeling that 100%. Like, I felt like, when's the other shoe going to drop? But it didn't drop that first month. It was just like, we truly fell in love over the phone. And so we are getting closer and closer to the trip to Monaco, and I start packing. And I feel like that's like when the nerves start hitting me, was when I'm packing, like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And I remember my sister was like, put air tags in like all your bags. And I'm like, I don't need to put air tags in anything. Like, I trust this man. Like, I know, like, it's going to be okay. Like, every part of me felt like so safe with him already, which was crazy because I hadn't really spent much time with him. Maybe this is trauma from being on The Bachelor. I'm not sure. But I felt very safe with him. And so the day comes where I'm supposed to go on the trip. And so I order my Uber, get to the airport, and I felt like it was kind of like a good sign because I posted that I was at DFW, and one of my really good girlfriends texted me that lives in a different state. She was like, hey, I'm actually in DFW too. And I was like, oh my gosh. So she comes, meets me at my terminal. She's like, where are you going? I go, I'm actually going to Monaco to meet this guy that I met in Croatia. And she was like, this is insane. And so I just felt like seeing that friend was like a good sign. I don't know why. And I ended up just boarding the flight. I remember boarding that first flight. I had a layover in Madrid, but boarding that first flight, I was sitting there and I was like, this shit is really happening. And all the nerves are just taking over, but I'm like, take a chill pill. It's going to be okay. You're going to get there. It's going to be fine. And at that point, I was like, okay, the worst thing that happens is like, he's a crazy person and I have enough money where I can like just book my own hotel and I'll just have a good time by myself. Like, it'll be fine. So I like had that backup plan. But yeah, I had my layover in Madrid and then my next flight was to Nice. And so I board my flight to Nice. It was like a really quick flight. And I get to Nice, I land, I get my bags and baggage claim. I send him a text. I said, I'm here. And I'm rolling both of my bags, about to walk out, freaking out. And let's continue on in part 3.
All right. Any thoughts? Oh, by the way, I dropped the link. If you want to join the conversation, feel free. Any thoughts? I have thoughts. I took some notes. Oh, more this girl right here. Any thoughts so far? Let's talk about it. All right. So a couple of things that I want to point out here. A couple of things. Okay. Sending your passport to a complete stranger is wild. That is wild. All right. That is wild. She also made a statement. She said something about the kind of guy that things come easy for. That statement, that statement really shines some light on her mindset. There's no, like, that thing, whatever that thing is, the kind of guy that things come easy for, that doesn't really exist. Okay. It shed some light on her level, this naivety in the way she said that. I don't know if it's naivety or just willful ignorance. There's something about that statement. I can't put my fingers on it yet, right? Then I wonder if that was really love bombing, because again, you meet people, they really like you. If a man really likes you, he will go all out and beyond, and you will excuse it if you really like him too, right? But after, if everything fails, you call it love bombing. Let's be careful. So of course, they're going to Monaco. You're going to Monaco to go and meet a complete stranger. Yes, you met him once while you were with your friends, but now you're about to go meet him by yourself. Yeah, you're an adult, right? After all, you're an adult. I know. Then she established what I said earlier on when I was covering the lessons. She said I talked myself into it. She literally talked herself into telling herself that she's about to go meet a complete stranger, right? And this person has never visited you before. This person, you've never even had their phone. It will be the first time they will be sharing phone numbers. I want you to pay attention to those kind of behavior, right? Now, on a normal day, we all think, not me, at least you guys know me. If you know me enough, you know I don't think that, right? On a normal day, most people think, just ask questions. What's the question she asked? What's your history with dating? And of course, what did he do? He gave her the answers that she needed. 4 months ago, broke up from a 4-year relationship. And of course, the puppy face sad, of course, like, it's been enough time to move on dating. I wouldn't have if it was just broken up, then maybe I can judge him. And she used that very nice talking point on the internet today. She talked herself into going to go hang out with a complete stranger. As you can see here, there's no shortage of modern day red flag detective narratives, right? There's no shortage here. She's just like any other person. She thought she was doing all the right thing, even to the extent of saying no FaceTime, no FaceTime, no FaceTime. Oh, we're going to do no FaceTime. This guy is asking about etiquettes. Who does that? This must be a walking straight man, a man who walks a straight line, a man who is intentional, right? There's no shortage of red flag detective behaviors here, right? And what did she say? She said, I trust this man. She told her sister said, yeah, tag everything. She said, no, I trust this man. Anyway, this is an evidence here that we all justify bullshit when we get caught up in our emotions. She did, okay? But as a grown woman, she should have checked quite a few things. But that was part 2 right there. That was part 2. Let me see here. Biba K, is this how people? Yeah, a lot of these ladies are doing it. Okay, so think about that. There are women going to Dirty December by themselves this December. They're just going, like, their parents are here, everybody they know are here, so they're overseas, right? They're literally going to Lagos to go and hang out for a couple of weeks all by themselves. Okay, and they will rent Airbnb and they will talk themselves into making it think it's okay. So write that down. Know this and know peace. Okay, what's wrong with that? Exactly, nothing wrong with that. Let's keep going because we have a lot more to cover, a lot more ground to cover here. Marriott, how you doing? All right, let's move on to part 3. Let's move on to part 3. This, I don't know how far we're gonna get with this one. No, man. All right, I'll be right back. This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoy this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here. All right, let's move on to part 3. Let's do it.
The Danish deception, part 3. Okay, so I'm walking out of baggage claim. I have my bags. And at this point, worst case scenarios are playing in my head. I'm like, what if this whole thing is just gonna be so awkward and we're not gonna have that connection like I think we have? But I also told myself, you're gonna have to figure it out and let's just do this. So I walk out of baggage claim and I'm scanning the scene and I see him. And everything in me feels peace and joy. And I just make a beeline to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm walking, but like low-key I'm running. And I finally get to him. He hugs me, but like he picks me off the ground and he's hugging me and I'm hugging him back. And then he puts me down. He looks at me. He goes, hi, Bambi. And that was a nickname he used to call me. And I was like, hi. And we just proceed to make out in the Nice airport for 2 straight minutes. And I am not the type of person.
Trust me, we've seen that in movies before.
I just felt so much attraction towards him and I just did not care. And I remember that we were in the taxi going to the hotel and we had to put ourselves at like an arm's length because we were just like going at it, like kissing. And I was like, this taxi driver is going to start feeling super uncomfortable. So we're like, we need to stop. And so we get to the hotel, we check in, we get to the hotel room. And let's just say we had a wonderful time multiple times. Mom and Dad, I am so sorry for that part. We ended up going to dinner afterwards. And I just remember sitting here and I was like, I feel like this is my dream come true being here with you. And he said, I feel like this is my dream come true. Like, I'm so grateful to be here. Like, you're like my dream girl. And you were even better than I remembered if that was even possible. And it just felt like everything was aligning perfectly. And so the next day we had a car rental. So we went to Monaco and that's where his work event was. And I remember he told me, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring you to all of the events. And I told him, you know what, I'm going to be in Monaco. So if you can't take me to things, that's fine. I'll just go explore the city. And I remember we get there and he had like a kickoff event, like first things first when we arrived. And so I wasn't invited. I also didn't really want to go. So he went to that, and I was just like exploring Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, hey, you're going to be able to come to the event tonight. Do you have something to wear? And I remember being like, I didn't bring anything like for like a professional cocktail party. He was like, oh, well, we're in Monaco, so you wear whatever. And I said, okay. So I remember I put on this green romper and we went to this hotel. And I remember being super nervous because I'm used to like networking, but not with like Norwegians and like a bunch of people that aren't like fluent in English, which actually people in Norway, they all are fluent in English. I was very impressed. But I just started talking to different agents because these were all real estate agents, and I'm a realtor. So I felt like I could connect with them so well. And I remember I was talking to this man, me and my ex were talking to this man, and he was like so interested by me. And he said, are you coming to the boat party tomorrow? And I knew there was a boat party coming up the next day, but I also just like assumed I wouldn't be able to go. And I said, well, I looked at my ex, I go, I don't know, like, am I? And my ex looks at me, he goes, well, you're talking to the CEO, so I think that's fine. I said, oh, the CEO was like, yeah, I'd love for you to come. And he was just so nice. And I met so many great people, and also just watching him in his element working. And he's just so charming and charismatic. And everyone, when people talk to him, they're just so fascinated by him, like I was. And so we had a great night. And then the next day was a boat party. And I remember I was just hanging out on the boat, again, just watching him go talk to all these big customers. And I didn't understand a word he was saying, but I just felt like he just looked like he was super smart. And later on that night, I remember they had another event, and I wasn't invited to that event, which is fine, but I came and met up with him afterwards, and we got drinks. And the next day we decided to head to Saint-Tropez. And I remember we get to the hotel in Saint-Tropez. This hotel is so nice. I've stayed in 5-star hotels before, but like I've never stayed in like 5-star hotels that are like a full suite with like private pool. And I like looked up the room, and it was like 1,500 to like 2,000 euros a night. And I'm like absolutely not used to this. And I remember telling him that, because I'm not the type of person to like walk into something like this and be like, oh yeah, like I'm used to this stuff. I'm not gonna be fake. So I told him like, I am not used to staying in hotels like this, or like specifically suites like this. And he was like, well, you know, while we're together, I want you to know, like, I want to give you the world. And I was like, thank you so much. Like, I feel so grateful. And I remember telling him that in that moment. And later on that night, we go to L'Opera, and we're having a wonderful time, drinking great wine, having good food. And if you've been to L'Opera in Saint-Tropez, it's very much a party restaurant. Like, you have dancers on the tables. It's like, it's a party scene, but like, you know, that's also like kind of like my vibe. But I'm like, you know, have a couple of drinks in me. And we're sitting at dinner, and he's talking to me about his mom, and talking about how he's so protective over her, and how much he loves her, and how he like would do anything for her. And I remember just like looking at him and just being like, this is like everything I want in a man. If a man is going to treat his family with respect, the chances of him treating your family with respect are so much higher. And I just felt like I saw his heart, and it just made me just fall for him even more than I had already. And I guess my thoughts had translated to my face, because he picked up on some expression, and he was like, what is it? And I was like, nothing. He said, tell me. I go, nothing. And then he grabs my face and he pulls it close to him. He goes, tell me. And I say, I'm in love with you. And then I started bawling my eyes out at L'Opera in Saint-Tropez. And this was a sweet moment, but it was also very uncomfortable and embarrassing, because all the workers are all thinking that I'm getting dumped right now, when I'm really just falling in love for the first time, and like don't know how to control my emotions. And I remember just like bawling my eyes out, being like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what this feeling is. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, and he's just sitting there smiling, and he's like, this is like one of the best nights of my life. And he looked at me, he goes, I want to say it back to you, but I also want to have my own special moment, so I'm not going to do it right now. And I said, thank you, God, because I would not want you to tell me right now. And honestly, never in a million years did I think that I would say I love you first to him, but he pulled it out of me and I felt it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to say it. And I did. And it felt so good. And I remember we went back to the hotel that night, got some sleep. And the next morning we went to Bagatelle and we had just like a beach day. And I used to tell everyone that this was the best day of my life because we spent the whole day just swimming and laughing and eating and having such a great time. And I just thought to myself, like, I could do this forever. And like, I also thought to myself, like, I don't care if we're on a couch in Dallas, Texas. Like, I just want to be around him all the time. And so that night we go to dinner, and I remember just asking him, what are the things that you think are important as we like enter into this relationship? And he told me, if you give me respect and loyalty, I will give you the world. And I told him I can do that. And then I told him, there's a few things you should know. Number one, your money is great, but it's the cherry on top of a great sundae. You could lose it all tomorrow and I would not go anywhere. Like, the money is just like this little added benefit, but I love you for you. I'm here for who you are as a person, not the money. Also, cheating is 100% a deal breaker for me. I just feel like I always need to like put that out there. I don't care if we've been married for 15 years with 4 kids, I will leave. I will not put up with cheating. And also, my family is my world. I'm a warrior for my family and friends. And please don't ever put me in a position where I have to choose, because like I love my family so much, and that would be a situation that would cause me so much pain. And I just would never want to be in that position. He said, I understand completely. And I love that about you. So we set those ground rules, and the next day we go to Cannes. And I remember that first day in Cannes, we're having a great time. We went to the beach for a little bit, and then we decided we're gonna go shopping. And he tells me, you can pick out whatever you want to buy, you can get it. So we're going to like Cartier, we're going to Chanel, we go to Dior. I see this yellow bag I fall in love with, but I felt so uncomfortable because I don't want this man to think that I'm with him for his money. And I didn't want him to feel like I was using him. So I remember just being like, oh, it's okay. Like, I love this purse, but I was like, it's just okay. And we end up going to Dolce & Gabbana, and I pick out this nice pair of $200 sunglasses. And he looks at me, he goes, dang, you're cheap. And I said, I just, I'm a simple girl, even though I wanted the Dior bag. But I wanted him to know that I was there for the right reasons. Oh my gosh, bachelor trauma is still kicking in. And so later that night, we decided to go to dinner, and we're eating dinner, and I go to the bathroom, and I have myself a fall going to the bathroom, going up the stairs, and everything went black. And I will continue on the series in part 4.
She had a fall. She passed out. Why did she pass? She passed out. Oh my God. Oh my God. I had myself a fall. Let me come to the comments. D at Marriott at that room. Let me see. Shout out to Bumi Amara. Shout out to D. I see you. Good to see you guys. Let me see. I have a lot to say about this last segment here before we go into part 4. But let me see. The stories are unnecessary, but she needs to get her money back with the content, please. So is that what she's trying to get back, the money? All right. She spent her dating history never being claimed by the man she was with. I saw the comment earlier too that you said something about 29. Did you say something like that? 29 years old. She's reliving her fantasies. There's a reason she hasn't had a relationship experience prior to this at 29. I'm going to advise you, if you came late, make sure you watch the very beginning of this live stream. I covered the lessons already. It took me about 45 minutes to cover the lessons already. Right now, we're just in cruise mode, reacting to it. So there's a lot of lessons here, but it's probably not the typical stuff, because this girl, clearly, she was not lacking when it comes to typical stuff. Okay, for example, right? For example, this girl knows. She knows that she said, I'm not used to this. Instead of lying, she said, I'm not used to it. Let me ask you a question. What is the difference between I'm not used to this or, oh yeah, I'm used to this kind of life, just to pretend? What is the difference in the context of this conversation? Okay, we already know one is a lie, the other one might be the truth, or vice versa, right? But what is the main issue here, right? What is the difference between I'm not used to this, she's just telling the truth, or Because that would be this context, the way she said it, right? Oh yeah, I'm used to this lifestyle already. What is the difference? Let me tell you, there's no difference. Okay, it's the same difference. Okay, in terms of the objective here, the objective here is to make sure you don't get finessed. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you're still supposed to compose yourself. You're still supposed to have enough in you where you're not being swayed by stupid things like materialistic things, right? And it's okay to feel inside of yourself that this is a lifestyle you're not used to, in case you're coming from that world, right? But I think she was looking for some extra accolade that she was able to tell the truth in that moment. No, it's still an easy target. That has nothing to do with not becoming an easy target. Okay, but conveniently, the guy already told her from the beginning that she's not going to come to a lot of events, and then of course she busted out and she said she's in love with him. Yeah, who should say I'm in love first? These are not the things that matter. Okay, you could feel like you're the one in love first, the man could feel like the one in love first. It doesn't matter. It's everything else that we need to be talking about. Okay, so but then remember, I'm talking about common sense. This girl has common sense. I mean, she knew enough to say, hey, if a man is treating the family with respect, it must be that he's a respectful guy, right? And what did the guy say? You know what? All I have to do, if you give me respect and loyalty, I'll give you the world. What world? 34 cents. 34 cents, right? She has enough common sense to say, money is great, but I will always be there for you, right? She has enough common sense to say cheating is a deal breaker. She has enough common sense to not go for the Chanel bag, the one that will cost $35,000. She went for a $200 sunglass. She has common sense. This girl she has common sense like the rest of us, right? But she was overwhelmed. She passed out. She had herself a little fall. I don't want to jump ahead of myself, okay? Because the story is long. Oh my God. Bubi says she don't well me. I don't know. I don't know. But she knew that she was going to cook. She was going to become a great cook for the man that she loves, right? We'll get there. What I want to do right about now is I want to move on because it's a long story. So let's move on to part 4 so I don't bore you guys out, okay? Let's move on to part 4. I'll be right back. This is Ola, Man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoy this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife, Lola, and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag. Yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here. All right, welcome back. We still have Onyeka with the Danish deception. She's going into part 4. Let's listen. Let's have it.
The Danish deception, part 4. Okay, just to recap, we went to Monaco, then we went to Saint-Tropez, and we ended the trip in Cannes. And the very last night we had together, we were at dinner, and I'm walking to go to the bathroom, and I fall, and everything goes black. And let me tell you, I am a clumsy person. I know I'm a clumsy person. I'm always tripping over myself. And that day specifically, I had been tripping over my dress pretty frequently throughout the day. But I've never had like a serious accident before like this. And it was completely out of the blue. I was walking up the stairs, and I remember walking up the stairs, and the stairs in France are extremely narrow. If you've been, then you definitely would probably agree with me. And so I basically came to after falling, hitting my head, and I see these 3 men above me, and they're wearing like these bright turquoise polos. And I remember that they were the waiters. That was what they were wearing. And I remember just like coming awake and being like, what the fuck is happening? But no one was speaking any English. They're all like screaming in French, freaking out. And so I pass out again, then I come to again. And finally I'm able to say, someone go get my boyfriend. And then I pass out again, then I come to again. And then my ex is sitting next to me. And I see him and I'm like, what is going on? He's like, I don't know what happened. I think you fell. And I'm like, I don't remember anything. I don't know what happened. And he looked at me, he goes, do you have a history with epilepsy? I'm like, epilepsy? No, I don't have any history with that. I was like, why? He said, because you've been having seizures for the past 10 minutes. And I was like, seizures? I have never, ever had a seizure in my life. So this was shocking news, but I also wasn't like all the way there. So I was just so confused at what was happening. And I remember touching my head and then I looked at my hand and there was so much blood. And then I like started looking around and everything felt wet. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was going to the bathroom. So I look at him and I ask him, I'm like, is this pee? He was like, no, they just like dumped water on you. And I was like, okay. And so they basically told us that because the streets in Cannes are so narrow, they couldn't bring an ambulance. It had to be a fire truck, which I didn't care. I just wanted to get to the hospital. So these firemen come and they get me up and I stand up, I look down, look at the puddle of water, then I smell my dress. I go, oh my gosh, this is urine. So you're telling me that I've been dating this man for 3 days and he is now sitting in a pool of my urine and my blood, watching me have seizures. I was just I couldn't believe that this was the reality of what was happening. I get into the truck and they take us to the hospital and I'm still freaking out at this point because I literally don't know if I have like a severe brain bleed or what's going on. And they take us into the waiting room and they're about to take us back. And I remember the nurse said that my ex couldn't go back with me because they still had super strict restrictions from COVID. So he had to wait in the waiting room. And I remember just freaking out because no one is speaking English at this point. And I don't know what to do. I'm so terrified. I feel so alone. And I remember just looking at him and he could just see the fear in my eyes. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. He's like, just stay calm. I was like, okay. And he ends up leaning into me before they tell him that it's time to go. And he tells me, before you go, I just wanted to tell you that I love you. And I just remember being like, really? Here of all places? He was like, yeah, I wanted to tell you. And I said, I mean, I was so grateful to hear it from him, but also I was like, are you only telling me this because you think I'm about to die? And so a lot of things were going through my head. And I ended up going back, getting a CT scan. They ended up saying, hey, everything's good. You just have a severe concussion, hence why I had seizures. And they're like, you're going to have to get 4 stitches in your eyebrow. You guys can kind of see the scar. I'm wearing makeup, so you can't really tell. So after I get my stitches, I go back out to the waiting room and I see my ex and I automatically just feel this sense of protection and safety because he made me feel so calm and I was just so grateful to him. And if you watched the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series, I truly believe that this whole experience was the equivalent to Risa Tisa's tire blowout before she met her ex-husband. And God was telling me to run far away from this man. My bad on misinterpreting this message. And I just thought that this was God's way of telling me that this man's going to keep me safe. And clearly that wasn't the case. But we leave the hospital and we go back to the hotel. And obviously I couldn't sleep because I had a severe concussion. So we just stayed up talking all night. And the next day I went to go get all my prescriptions and then we went to the airport and it was a really, really tough goodbye because I was just so sad to say goodbye to him. And he had already booked a flight to come visit me in Dallas in 10 days. He booked it before I even went to Monaco because he told me he was so sure of me and of us. And so I knew I was going to see him in a little bit over a week, but it just wasn't enough. And I just wanted to be with him 24/7. But I said my goodbyes to him and I was like, you know what? It's going to be okay. I'm going to see him soon. Hopped on the plane and went back to Dallas. And it was really difficult to come home for multiple reasons. The biggest reason was that I had to tell my parents that not only did I have this crazy accident, but I also am in love with this man that lives in Denmark. And that's just not a easy conversation to have with Nigerian parents. And if you know Nigerian parents or if you have Nigerian parents, you can already assume how this unfolded. Obviously, they support me and they love me and they're wonderful parents, but they were also scared and like, what are you telling me right now? But I dropped the ball, and over time, like, they were so supportive of me and my decisions. I will say the bigger challenge was healing from the head injury because I was just doing crazy ass shit. Like, I remember I got into the shower with my socks on, and then I ran out the door with my bonnet on, chasing Smokey through the streets because I thought he ran away, even though he was inside the house. And to this day, I still think I have lingering effects because I'll add all these filler words and like what I want to say in my head, I think it, but I can't figure out the words sometimes. And it's very frustrating at times. And you will notice it throughout the series. And it's not something I used to do, but overall, I'm fine. My brain's fine. So obviously we're talking on the phone every single day because, you know, we're in a relationship, and he calls me and he says, "Hey, I'm considering offering on this apartment complex in Copenhagen." And we had talked about his real estate investments back in the south of France. He had told me that he owned 3 apartments in Copenhagen, 2 of which were rented out, one of which he was occupying as his personal residence. And this apartment complex he was interested in had 34 units. And then there was a top floor that was unfinished, and it could be converted to 10 penthouses. And he said, it's fully rented out. It would be such a great investment. The cash flow is great. The only thing is that it's going to take up a lot of my cash liquidity and also like stocks and crypto and everything. And obviously I'm going to be traveling to the States, and I want to be mindful of like finances. That's why I like want to bring it up to you. So what do you think? And I said, well, at this point, we had been dating for like a couple weeks. So I didn't feel like I was in a place where I could insert my opinion. So I told him, like, whatever you think, I'll support you. And I also didn't know jack shit about real estate investments in Copenhagen. And also, I had just gone to the south of France with him. That whole entire trip, I had spent 15 euros the entire trip. I tried to pay for stuff. He would not take a dime from me. So at this point, I like almost am like searching for a way to prove to him that I'm not with him for his money. So I told him, I go, if I need to, you know, take on some more of like the financial responsibilities in this relationship, I'm more than happy to do so because this is a partnership and you're there for me when I need you, and I'm going to be there for you when you need me. And he said, you know, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think it's going to come to that. But thank you for saying that. I said, of course. So he offers on it, and his offer wins apparently by like 1,000 euros. And he decides he's going to move forward with this property maybe a couple days before he came to visit me in Dallas. And I was fully supportive of him buying this property 100% because he's a successful businessman. And if he thinks this is a smart move, then I trust him. And also the money was a whole separate other thing. I didn't care. All I cared about was being with him. So he's coming to Dallas, and I'm getting excited, not just because he's coming to see me, but this is a trip where he's going to start to meet my people, and it's getting real. And so I remember he was flying into Dallas. It's the middle of September. And I made this sign. It said, "Welcome to Dallas, my Danish man." And I'm waiting outside baggage claim, waiting for him to get through customs. And I'm holding this sign super high, waiting for him to come through. And I will continue the rest in part 5. The Danish Deception, part 4. Okay, just to recap.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this girl right here. This is Mumi says embarrassed, but no other uncle owe all this money. Do you care? Wow. Anyway, let me just do me a favor. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. It started with the history of the epilepsy question, right? You know. But the fact that the guy was cleaning her up in the urine, that was the confirmation she needed. And then, of course, the special moment came. Finally, he said, "I love you." You know you've seen this in a movie somewhere before. Don't lie. Stop the cap, okay? But she felt like some good man here would tell them that this is what women need. They won't listen. She felt a sense of protection and safety. And what happened? She got back home to Nigerian parents. Of course, They've raised her a certain type of way. You can hear in the way she talks. Okay. They're scared for her, but they can't control her. Well, why do you need to control a woman? Well, why do you need to control a human being? Like me too, I say that don't try to control human being though, because it doesn't really work. But for those of you that push against that so hard, right? Sometimes they might need to control you to save you from yourself. Sometimes. Anyway, there comes the 34 units investment that does not consider your liquidity. You just want to throw all the money into it because it makes sense. There's investment everywhere that makes sense. There's investment all the time that makes sense, especially when you know how to manage your resources, when you know how to look at your situation, your liquidity, when you know how to look at how much risk you're willing to. But you know what? When they tell us, you can say, like, well, scare money don't make money. Let me just jump out there and let's go all hard. She'll probably say something like that to herself to save this man. She was ready to take on financial burdens for a man that she barely knows. Does it make logical sense? Trust me. There are ways to justify bullshit with logic. Just trust me on that. Okay? Just trust me. Okay? Is this the look that made her lose her sense of reasoning in the room with us or something? That is the guy. Wait, what are we talking about? What did I miss? Wait, MOP, we watch everything until I'm tired. I already gave lessons at the beginning. I knew what I was doing when I gave the lessons in the beginning. Trust me. But right now, let's move on to deception. What is it? Danish deception number 5. Let's move on. Some of us have not. I'm seeing it for the first time. I only watched the first 2 parts before we started the show. So yes, Abby, I know you've watched it. All right. So let's move on to deception, Danish deception number 5. I'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's move on to the Danish Deception Part 5 by Onyeka Ehi.
Danish Deception Part 5. Okay, so he comes out of the baggage claim past customs, and I see him, and immediately I'm hit with the realization that I've got it so bad. And if you've never been in love before,
you got it so bad.
Falling in love for the first time is like getting swallowed by a current, and you don't even know it's there, and you're good one moment, and then before you realize it, you're in deep, and there's nothing you can do to control it. And that's how I felt. And I knew this man has the power to destroy me. And that was exhilarating, but also terrifying at the same time. And I was just really excited to integrate him with my people. And most importantly, I was excited for him to meet Smokey, who is just my world. And watching the way he was with Smokey, they instantly became best friends, and Smokey grew really attached to him. And I mean, I knew I had fallen in love with him, but I realized I hadn't even scratched the surface when I saw him with Smokey.
What is going on?
And so we did a lot of things that trip. So we went to a Cowboys game. We went to a retirement party for a partner at my accounting firm. We went to a couple dinners. And then we also just stayed at home. I cooked a lot. I remember I made him red stew and rice, which is my favorite Nigerian food. It's a staple. And I put a lot of habanero peppers. And I remember being nervous, like, can he handle spice? And
good to see you.
He ate it and he loved it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this white boy loves spice. This is perfect. And everything just felt like, again, it felt like everything was aligning. And so I wanted to plan something special for him to meet all of my close friends and family.
Like
and so I was like, oh, well, maybe we can go meet for a drink. And he said, like, we can go out to eat. I'll pay for everything. I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. So I planned a brunch, and we went to brunch here in Dallas, and it was a handful of my really close friends, and my 2 sisters were there, and my cousin and his now wife was there too. So we sit down at brunch and everyone's like asking him questions and everyone is just so impressed by him. Again, we're dealing with someone that's very charming, very charismatic. And the thing about my ex is when you meet him, he's so good at asking questions and he's good at listening. And so it's really easy to get into good conversation with him and it's really easy to connect with him. And so we had a great brunch. I remember I was like in the bathroom and my friends followed me and they're like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Like, we're so happy for you. And I just, I was so grateful to call him mine. And so after brunch, we go grab a drink at a place nearby the restaurant. And at that point, we're all just kind of like chit-chatting. And my cousin and my ex are having a conversation. And this cousin is like a second brother to me. We're very, very close. And I desperately wanted to get the stamp of approval from him. And so obviously they're shooting their shit. And I'm eavesdropping on the conversation 100%. And because I can. And I'm like overhearing them just like, talking about random stuff. And then I hear my cousin ask him, you just have the build of an athlete. Did you play sports? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually played handball. And my cousin goes, isn't that an Olympic sport? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually went to the Olympics twice. And I immediately inserted myself into the conversation. I go, you went to the Olympics? What? And he goes, you know what? I was like the backup of the backup. I didn't even play. I don't like to brag about it because I don't think it's that big of a deal. I was like, well, did you get medals? He was like, yeah, I got a bronze and I got a gold. I was like, well, that's amazing. Like, I'm so impressed. So now I'm thinking this man is so humble. So let's add humble to the list of all the reasons why he's such an amazing man. So obviously we had a wonderful trip. He came to Dallas again. I did not spend any money while he was here. I obviously like paid money for groceries when he wasn't around. But other than that, he wanted to pay for everything. He didn't even want me to like pay for ice cream, like small things. He was like, I want to treat you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I remember he was leaving to go back to Denmark and I was so depressed. And if anyone has been in a long distance relationship, you know how difficult it is to say goodbye. And so I was so depressed and
many of them are just
goodbye to him at the airport. I'm bawling my eyes out. We finally say goodbye. He goes through security. I go home and I just am crying for like hours. I'm so depressed. And I remember I was supposed to go to a birthday party that night and I texted my friend. I was like, I literally cannot stop crying. So I can't go to this birthday and I hate canceling things. And so that's how bad it was. I was actually depressed for literally days. And after he got through security, he was like, I can't even walk to the terminal. Like, I'm so depressed. Like, I just want to walk back out and just come back to you. And I was like, I want that too. And he said, we need to start having the hard conversations on like what we want for the future. And I said, absolutely. And so he was like, we need to decide whether or not we're going to live in Denmark or live in Dallas. And I still can't believe this came out of my mouth. But I told him, I said, listen, I know you already have like a very much established career. And so if you
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I'm here. Now, hotel problems. I guess it's that 24 hours mark. They cut my stuff. Voila. Let me see. What part are we on? Part 5, right? We're on part 5. I think here, part 5. Okay. I wonder how far we've gone. What's happening now? So just pardon me, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna get back to it. Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, the background music would continue. Let's see. Let me know if you can hear me while I'm pulling up the video. All the browsers shut off. Let me see here. Bumi, let's chat while I'm pulling this up. Talk to me, Bumi. How far?
It's been a long time. First off, how are you? It's been a long time.
I did hear.
How is your wife, Miss Lola? Okay, my regards to her and your family. Happy belated birthday. I haven't spoken to you or seen you in these streets of YouTube in a long time.
It's your fault now. I'm here now.
Yeah, no. I've not been feeling up 100%. So I'm wonky. But we'll get there. I said, let me come and host show with you now because you said you want to watch the whole thing. And from what I've seen on the streets of TikTok, I'm sorry, my voice is I have a cold, so pardon me. It's up to almost 30 parts. So with all this talk,
26. It's 26
okay.
Parts.
So that means we're going to be here today. So I said, let me come and enter the room with you. But I don't think I can stay for the whole 26 parts because it won't be me. I am angry.
Yeah, suffer me.
But man of prestige, let's just say what it is. And I don't want to jump because I didn't watch it. But from all the things I've seen, all the bits and pieces, this lady allowed this because this man is her spec, because she wanted a white man. If he's a black man, there is no black 6 foot tall or 6.5, even if he's an NBA player that says that I have real estate in Copenhagen or in heaven, I play handball, I got that. You will not say, let me Google. Even LeBron James, they still Google him.
Well, I think she said she found out after they were in the relationship. They were hanging out.
Wait, please read me this. Please, this is just a question and answer. If somebody has lied to you like that, if somebody has the mind, they don't even lie to you, they lie to your cousin. So that's an extended family. Right. It's not between me and you that I can cover your shame. So, because that conversation was brought about through her cousin. So that's how she found out. So the cousin knows that he lied. She knew that she lied. And they still took her in the relationship. You never even say, you know what? Let me pause. Let me step back. Let's see. What else are you lying about? It's because, again, that man is a white man.
Yeah.
He's a white man, he's a tall man. Whether he has blue or hazel eyes, I don't know.
So let's drill down on that white man thing, right? Obviously, you're not saying anything's wrong with white men.
No.
What is the issue with that? So that we can spell it out.
That is okay. The issue that I see, my opinion is that is her spec. The tall, athletic, quote and unquote. It's not that he's, in my own opinion, it's not that he's the best looking, but he's not the bad looking. But his physique is probably maybe what's driving her crazy. Plus, she has an affinity for whiteness.
Okay, is that wrong? Is that wrong? Sorry that I'm cutting you off. Is that wrong?
I don't think it's. I mean, for me, if you ask my honest opinion, yes, it's wrong. Because that then drops your complex. This is where inferiority complex comes about.
So it's a complex,
it's a complex.
Right. Okay.
Yes, it's a complex because you will be able to see things unbiased. You will be able to step out of yourself to evaluate the situation, and then you are not surrounded. You know, another thing that I'm embarrassed about is that all our family, nobody told her. I don't know if they didn't tell her or she didn't listen. Nobody called her out on this BS. And I've seen videos of her. She went to Nigeria with this man. She went to Nigeria. They did Ashwebi. They said the village.
They did. Okay, you came late. I showed some of that already.
Mr. Allah, I was like, so you mean that I have not gone to village? I don't maybe almost
everything you can think of. See now, look at the screen now. They did.
I was about to say this guy that cannot pronounce her name correctly. Maybe she's not Nigerian anymore. But when I saw her father, I saw the father's cap. I saw the house in the village.
I saw what she wore. I know this girl is Nigerian. So there's no excuse. There's no excuse for all this nonsensical behavior. It's just the inferiority complex. And I've gone on her LinkedIn. This girl worked in KPMG. She worked in tech. She went to school. She went to school. She has a master's. And you oh my god, if I'm dating an Olympian, I don't know, maybe it's me. Personally, I love sports. If I come back to this world again, I want to be what do you call it, a crossfitter, or track and field athlete. I used to do track and field in Nigeria before.
Oh, really? Okay.
I love it. So I like the discipline. I like everything about it. I like the way. I just love the sport. I love sports. Tennis, Serena Williams. I love sports. So if you had told me, just a small mistake, tell me, say, I go Olympics. Hey, I will carry for my head. I don't even time for my IG, say my husband or my boyfriend is an Olympian. What are you saying? I go put pictures. What? She did not Google. Hey, God, I beg. There's a lot of loopholes that are not even loopholing. Even them will be like, I beg, I don't send this one come your house.
Googling should be a basic. It should be the first thing.
What do you say?
Googling a person. If you are really. Oh, hold on. No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I said Googling a person.
Yes.
Should be a basic first step. Once you start considering it, in a romantic relationship with a person.
I Google myself, sir.
Even Google yourself. The Google stranger has gone self just because
I say before I apply for a job, I Google myself, say, what is out there that is not me? I Google myself. What did I put on the internet? Because sometimes you don't know that you put something on the internet and you have forgotten.
Yeah.
I Google myself. Talk less of this man is giving you blah 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 blah. I go on LinkedIn to go and check what's on LinkedIn. Quick, Google and LinkedIn, those two places, you will find something. You will find something, or you find somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. She just is inferiority complex. It's too much. And I also don't see any form of accountability in all these things she's saying. She's just saying, I was swept away, I love you. What is all this? Forget Nigeria. Just as a woman, as a human being that has gone through that. And she's not young. She's not young. She's not young. She's gone through life. For God's sake, she has a master's. And you allow all this deception. This one is not even deception.
What does that, let me grill you. What does that tell you? Because I know too many people that are educated, but they fall into this kind of stuff. What does that tell? What should that tell us?
That she's just book smart. She's not street smart.
Okay.
That's all I can get. First of all. Secondly, she's not self-aware. She's not self-aware. She doesn't surround herself with the right people. I don't think she has the right people. Like she said, when she introduced her friends. So you won't tell me that nobody, I don't want to even have this kind of friends that nobody can tell me that Bumi, are you sure that this thing is real? And it's not about quality, it's about quantity. Sorry, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of friends and people you have around you. I want to have people in my circle that can tell me that this thing is rubbish. So I don't think she has that. She has enablers. She has put herself in the middle of what she thinks is the right way of life or the right thing to do. Just all this flimsy, I went here, I didn't want him, first of all, I didn't want him to think that I'm a gold digger. Hello? You guys have open leg finished. You people have read Bible finished. What are you asking? You don't want him to think that you're a good digger. After he has taken your own gold, it's not, hey, God, I beg. It's not only, and I'm not saying you should do that, though, but you people have lick plate finish. People now, you now go to store, you now say that you took 200 what?
$300,000.
It's too much. And then they kept flying up and down. And if he's not first class, he's not flying. And he's one paying.
Yeah, because all the videos are coming up on our streams now.
Yeah.
The story. So because she didn't tell this guy's name. And so
I know his name. I know his last name is Anderson.
Dug it up. Yeah, people dug it up.
Which Anderson is the royal prince.
Listen, when she said blonde hair, blue eye, really attractive, I expected at least someone like this. Look at this. What's the difference? I mean, I don't know the difference. So is this guy not as good looking? They look the same to me, no? Or is that
that guy is actually blonde. That guy looks Scottish or Irish. The one you just showed.
So his own is not blonde.
His one is blonde, but his one is giving
It's not a real blonde.
is giving FN blonde. It's giving swear. I don't want to swear on this life, but it's giving trash blonde. To be honest with you,
Wow.
yes.
Wow.
Again, me, I don't I don't know if they say if this is again. Me, I'm a Pan African woman, so I like black men. But you know, I don't like white men, no. But you before you catch me with a white man, that means
Do you have a tendency to detect this complex factor? Because there are a lot of black girls, not a lot, but there
mm,
every now and then we see a black girl like Candice Owen and people like this that have this complex thing going on, right?
yeah.
Do you have a tendency to pick that up fast? And does that
Yes,
piss
Mr.
you off?
Ola, I'm not. Let's even be real. I,
Mhm.
you would think that again, you would think that growing up in Nigeria will teach you some things, which it should. But yes, as a firstborn, first daughter, and growing up in Nigeria, I left Nigeria when I was 24, 2025. Yes, I have the tendency. No, I have the foresight. I have the back
You can
mirror,
see
side
it.
mirror.
You can see it from
I
afar.
can smell BS
This
from a mile
like
away.
complex factor is like when it's like a self-identity issue, right? Like a person
Yes,
who hates self or
is
anything that looks like self or anything that
yes.
okay.
Is you thinking that you are less than because you
Mm,
feel you've put this person on a pedestal. Whether if to me that I'm here now, my favorite rapper, for example, is Jay-Z. If Jay-Z pass here like this, if he
mm,
not say hi, if I go look and say I know, like I say I don't know him, I will
mm.
just look. He will not catch me, and maybe that's a Nigerian thing, but I know how to behave myself.
So I think yeah, I know what you mean. I think I'm like that too. Like I could be in the presence of celebrities that I actually like and and I can absolutely act like it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I can give you your accolades like Serena Williams now. Maybe because she's a woman and she's the only one that will go and say, "Ma'am, what you've done in tennis is incredible, it's crazy." I will tell her, but I will not fan out. I've met Jack Bauer now. I met Jack Bauer when I was working in the gym. I
Mhm.
ran after him. I went to meet him. I said, "See, Jack,
Who
do
be
you know
Jack
that we
Bauer?
watch your
Who
Jack
be
Bauer now? You know your Jack Bauer.
Jack who?
This series 24.
No, I don't know who that is. He said Jack Daniel or something. Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer, he's the character in the series 24.
Oh, I don't watch me. I don't watch TV.
Oh, you
Those,
don't watch? Oh, okay. I'm
yeah,
sure people in the
terrible.
comment know Jack Bauer. If you
Okay.
watch Prison Break, it was around the same time we watched Jack Bauer came out in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. I got.
Yes, I watched. So when I saw him, I'm just giving an example. When I saw him, I was like, I'm going to approach him. It took me a while. I saw more courage. I went to approach him, and then I told, "Do you know that we watch religiously in Nigeria?" Like, are you serious? I said, yes. Then he said, "Do you want a picture?" I said, "I don't want a picture." He said, "Are you sure?" I
Mhm.
said, "I don't want a picture." Then he said, "What do you want?" I said, "I don't want anything." He said, "No, you must say something." He signed his baseball hat and he gave it to me.
Mm.
That's but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying because you're white, black, but I don't have that self
No,
bias. Not it's not
I understand that can be difficult to explain because the reality is that it's very easy for us too that tend to see that to come off as we don't want people to have their preference because it's okay to have
no, you
preference,
can have your
right?
preference. No, there's nothing
But
wrong with having your preference.
there's a way there's a way you carry yourself
Thank
that
you.
and we can also see a pattern. Like I know friends from college that it's obvious that this one is a self-identity, self-crisis, self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
Um, can you just call it a name? I was looking for it. She called it Mario said confidence, right?
Yes.
Self, a self-deprecation, self-depreciation thing going on, but it takes. I usually don't make assumptions, but you can see a pattern, with
Mr. Ola,
yeah.
her sister is also in a white with a white. I don't know if it's the family thing.
Is it because they were raised in a certain neighborhood that can cause it too sometimes?
Yes and no. Yes and no because she's still the way it looks, her parents are in her family. So it's not like her father and mother have separated. She has a large extended family. I mean, she has gone to the village. She
Mhm.
knows what Nigeria is like. It's not like she's out of touch with culture. For Christ's sake, she cooks stew for this man. So she has
I
some,
still never used to cook red
huh?
stew. Is it the red stew part? She said
Yeah,
red stew.
she cooks stew now.
She says she loves culture. She says she loves her culture. She actually
Thank
said
you.
that.
So that's what I'm saying. So she has an anchor, quote and unquote. Her parents are not the type that are washed, like whitewashed. They look like they embrace their culture. They are Igbo. They are proudly Igbo. For Christ's sake, she calls herself her full name. It's not like she say Onye or Ka. You know how some people call their name. She calls it the full Onyeka. Like, even though she doesn't pronounce it well, but she goes by
Guess
her
what?
full name.
She's raised in a household with two parents of Igbo background.
Thank
So
you.
maybe that's yeah.
And those Igbo families, most of the time, 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, they go for Igbo meeting. They take their kids. They go for
Yes.
so
One of my best friends is Igbo, was just telling me that he carry all of his skills whenever they're going to all their meeting. And they
yes,
just tell him, yeah.
yes. Because my uncle does the same. My uncle, me that I'm not even married to a Nigerian, my uncle will say, "Bumi, come, let's go for Igbo meeting." I say, what am I doing there? I'm not. He said, "Come, let's go." He will call me. If I say I'm not coming, he will call my husband. Let's bring your wife. Let's go. That's how they are. So
Okay, so not to cut you off, right?
yeah.
How long do you have to hang out with me?
I can stay here. I can mute myself. It's fine. Let me mute myself.
Okay. So let's finish this part 5, right?
Okay.
I'll give my point on it real quick, and then
Okay.
I want to be able to cut the videos, and then we'll move on to part 6. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a good one. Thank you, Bumi, for making it more colorful. But let's get back to just moving right into the middle. But for those of you watching it for the first time, so we don't mess the story up for you.
Looking at you with your friends and your family this past week has made me realize that I don't want to take that away from you. And you're really close with your parents. They're driving distance away. And I live in Copenhagen. My family lives in my hometown in Aalborg, which is hours away. I don't have family in Copenhagen. And I want us to be around family, especially if we're talking about having kids one day. I want that support, and I want you to be around the people that you love. And so I was so happy because realistically, I did not want to move to Denmark. And so I was so happy that this man is willing to give up everything to be with me. So I was so excited about that. So he was gone for about 3 weeks to a month at this point, and he hadn't booked his flight back to Dallas yet. And then he booked it on a Thursday. I remember it. So now we're in the middle of October of 2022. He books his flight and he said, okay, I'm coming next week, Wednesday. And I said, okay, perfect. And I'm getting all excited again. And so I called him Friday morning, and keep in mind that there's a time difference. So it's about 7 hours. So whenever I wake up at 5 or 6, he's basically halfway through his day. And so I called him that Friday and I said, hey, how's your day been? He's like, it's been such a stressful, intense day. I go, what happened? He's like, I found out that the apartment complex that I bought is dealing with some major foundation issues. It could affect safety of the tenants, and I'm really stressing out and I need to get it fixed. And I was like, oh, okay. Did you schedule the repair? He's like, not yet. It's going to cost a hefty chunk of change. I was like, how much is it going to cost? He's like, $50,000. I was like, $50,000? What? That's obviously a lot of money. I'm sure it's a lot of money to a lot of you. It's a lot of money to me. And so I was like, okay,
well, it's a
I have a good portion of it. So I just need to ask my dad for a little bit of a loan. And so I remember being like, I can never in a million years ask my dad for a loan of $50,000. So at this point, I was aware of the fact that they had this royal title, they had this family trust that and the family had money. I didn't really know how much or the details behind it. But he told me he was going to call his dad and ask him for a loan. So a couple hours go by, he calls me. And he's really upset. He's like, I talked to my dad on the phone. He will not loan me the money. He says, I've been acting super irresponsible, traveling, doing all these things. And so he just doesn't want to, he thinks I need to learn from my actions. And if I'm not prepared for something like this, then there's nothing he can do to help me. And so I felt really bad for him because he essentially felt like his dad was abandoning him. And I felt really bad for him. And so I said, what's the plan? He's like, I'll figure it out. Even if I have to sell some things, I'll figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, keep me updated, whatever you need. And so a couple days go by and he's communicating that he's still stressed out about coming up with this money. And so I said, you know what? I can loan you the money. And so at this point, I had paid off my student loans, paid off my car, bought a house. Had a decent savings. I was in a really, really good financial position. And so I wanted to help him, especially because this man has treated me so well and done so much for me. And I truly felt like we were in a partnership, especially when you're talking about the future with someone. And so I told him let me loan it to you. He goes, I would never in a million years borrow money for you. And I was like, it's okay. Like, I don't mind helping. He's like, that's like not even a discussion I want to have. And I said, okay, that's fine. So a couple of days go by and he's still stressing out about coming up with this money. I asked him, like, how much do you need? He's like, it's 10,000 I need. And I was like, again, like, let me loan it to you. He said, no, I'm not taking money from you. And then a couple of days go by and he says, okay, like now I need 6K. And I was like, okay, again, let me give it to you. He's like, no, I still don't want to take money from you. And then basically like the day, like 2 days before he's supposed to come to Dallas, he tells me, he says, just letting you know, I'm not be able to come to Dallas because I need to figure out this issue. And I'm at this point, I start freaking out. So I'm like, no, like I 100% like want you to come still. Just let me loan you the money so that you'll be fine and we can, you know, be happy and be together. And so after some thinking, he was like, okay, fine, I will borrow the money from you, but you have to promise me that this will be the only time and that you're 100% comfortable with giving me this money. And I said, absolutely, I'm 100% comfortable. And we will continue on in part 6.
Okay, on mute, Bumi. On mute, oh my God.
I'm here. Man of prestige.
$50,000.
You see, I said she worked at KPMG.
It's like saying, don't hold me back. Hold me, don't stop me. Hold me back. No, I want to borrow.
And I don't want to sound like I know this might come off like what do you call it now? People will be like, this is too much, too extreme. But even my husband, if you say loan me money, I say, there's no money in the account. We're looking at the account together. I don't have money. We have to in this current climate. If I'm not seeing the destination of the money, it's not going to investment for us, for our children. Where? No, you money. Like there's a lot of red flags. Like the guy is just throwing all these things, and you are not seeing anything. We are already thinking of.
He said, "Promise me this will be the last time that you're going to be comfortable."
You see how she.
That's my accent.
It's not accenting. Sorry. You know, I've paid off my student loan. I've paid off my car. I bought a house. You see how she set herself up. So if you have done all those things, you then now move yourself and borrow money. How?
Wow.
How? Again, if it's a black man now, they won't give. And I'm not. Let's be realistic.
You're a black man, you're asking for $50,000 loan. Now, Juju.
So they will not carry you come social media.
So because about me, Soroni, before you have to borrow that kind of money from your wife, that means you guys are probably not on the same page. I mean, if you guys are on the same page a lot, you will know there's a need, and you guys are probably mixing a lot of things anyway. So that's probably witchcraft, you know. But
it's witchcraft. It's it's sad. She's Nigerian, and they are playing scheme on her. Imagine.
More. In fact, the smile on her face. Is it only me? But I really want to watch
it. Yes.
I want to, like, okay, what are you? What is funny? Why are you smiling?
She came online, Mr. Ola, to come and like somebody said, she owes a lot of money, so she came to do research to see if she can get views. Probably, maybe she can get a Netflix deal. But this thing, and there's nothing there. And you know the sad part about all these things.
Yeah, but are you saying? So sorry. Are you saying she cooked all of this together all the way from where she was flaunting? She was flaunting the dude on social media before. Now they did. Were they staging all of that? They went to Nigeria too. Remember?
No, I'm not saying they are staging. I'm saying that she came. She took her time. She decided to part it into 26 stories. She dressed well. She's smiling. She's presentable. She wants this to. She has an intention. She wants this to go viral. She wants to recoup some of the money.
Right now, she's trying to do that. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why she's smiling. And again, there's a lack of. She's just telling. The thing that is even annoying me, she's saying Danish deception. That man did not decept anything. You are the one that walked into the trap.
So you talked yourself into this now. What do you mean?
It should have been Nigeria Mumuism. That's what you're supposed to say.
Okay, let's be nice to her.
Let
me say the $50,000 for a 34-unit apartment. Actually, that sounds unrealistic. If something is so catastrophic that they need to fix in a $34,000 unit that you just bought fresh, it's probably going to be more than $50,000. Second of all, again, these are the reasons why nobody should be buying such property without making sure they have a decent level of liquidity, right?
Yeah.
That's something that her, as a realtor, because she's also a realtor, I know she probably worked for KPMG before, right?
Yeah. She's currently a realtor, yes.
She should be able to know that, but I don't know. But there's a lot of, most realtors make $8,000.
No, Mr. Ola, sorry to interrupt, but there's no way that she would know that. Even me, that I'm not a realtor. Once you have bought one property, you will know. Once you buy property and then you've entered Home Depot, nobody will tell you. You will know.
You will know now. You will know.
You go to Home Depot. You just say you want to go and buy one thing like this. You buy this
one is like $500, $600.
Seriously. So what is she saying? No, it's just Mumuism again. There's no way. You will know. You would know. Like sometimes I just sit down and I watch YouTube. I watch all those $1 million houses here in Canada. I'm like,
exactly.
Hey, I beg.
Fix and flips.
Thank you. Me that have my thank God for my small house. I enter Home Depot around you. I'm like, what is all this? What's all this? If my son just starts jumping, I'm saying, if you break that floor, you will go and look for.
I mean, many of our people, they buy houses without making sure they have enough money. It's when they get to closing that they will get surprises.
Yeah,
so now they have to live paycheck to paycheck for a while. Before, so if anybody has had that experience, you know that is, you know.
So as long as you have bought the property, even if it's a condo, even if it's for business, Airbnb, you know what it takes. Because if one thing breaks, if you don't fix it, nothing will break. Then you like what the comment you read. It's not realistic. It's not true. 50K for what?
Okay, let's go to part 6.
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with part 6.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag. Yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right. Let me see. What's happened to my part 6 here? Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Let me pull it up. I guess I closed it by mistake. Interesting. All right. Let's see. Oyeka, part 6. Let's share this. Part 6. Here we go.
The Danish Deception, part 6. Okay, so I've decided to loan him this money, and he's agreed to it. So I download this app. It's called Revolut, and it's kind of like Venmo, where you can send money internationally instantly. So I download it. It took like a day to verify all my information, and I was able to send him the $6K. And the next day, he flew into Dallas to come be with me. And so that trip was really fun. We really didn't do a whole lot. I remember we just went to the state fair and we went to dinner once, and the rest of the time we just hung out at home. And I remember it was hard for him because he was dealing with some really bad back pains. And I think it was just because he was flying a lot, and he said he injured his back when he was playing handball. So I remember I was giving him back massages almost every single day because it was really, really bad. And so this trip was very, very short. He's only there for a week, but I would say this was a very special trip for us because this was the first time that he actually started making friends through me. And I started watching him start to make guy friends. And so this was when I got even more excited because I felt like we were really starting to, build a life here in Dallas together. So he leaves, obviously, again, I'm depressed again. And at this point, I know he's definitely planning on coming to Dallas for Thanksgiving to meet my parents. But I didn't know when he was planning on flying back. And so basically he's gone. And I feel like the second he leaves, everything just kind of starts to fall apart for him. And so for starters, his back pain was getting much, much worse. He's complaining about it every single day. He would text me in the middle of the night being it hurts so bad. And I felt terrible because I wanted to help him, but there was nothing I could do because I'm living 5,000 miles away. on top of that, his uncle, who was really sick with cancer, had passed away. And he told me the funeral was going to be the next week. And I remember telling him, I will fly to Denmark if I need to, if you want me to be there for you. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like I can handle it. It's okay. And so basically that happened. And then I remember I went to Charlotte to go visit one of my girlfriends who had just had a baby. One of my girlfriends that I've been friends with for years and years since college. And so I'm in Charlotte with my friend and I get a text from him. He's saying, hey, my dad's in the hospital. And I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And he was like, we still don't understand what happened, but the doctors are running tests. And so later on that day, he told me that he had blood poisoning and he had like his infection numbers were like going crazy. And I remember telling him, well, if you're not able to come to Dallas in November, obviously I'll understand, especially like if your dad's in the hospital, like I understand completely. Again, I told him, I'll be there for you if you want me to. He's like, it's okay. Over the course of the next couple days, his dad started to show some more improvement. So he ended up deciding to come to visit me in Dallas. So now we're in November of 2022. So he comes back to Dallas, and basically this was a very exciting trip because number one, I used to be on the board of an organization called UIU. It's a nonprofit that celebrates Igbo Nigerian culture, and my culture is so important to me. And so I was the event coordinator for the Dallas chapter, and I was so proud of this. Like we had just won chapter of the year out of all the chapters in the nation. It was just such a huge accomplishment for me and my whole board. And I remember my cousin, who I told you guys I'm really close with, he was the president. And so we had a huge gala that we planned that year, and we had people flying in from all over the country to come. And obviously it took a lot of planning, and I was working really hard to make sure it was executed perfectly. I remember the day of the gala comes, and he is helping me set up, do everything that entire day. And this was the first time that I fully like integrated him with a bunch of Nigerians. And I was really curious to see how he was going to react to being with all these people, because obviously Nigerians are so much fun, but some people might think we're a little bit too much. Forget them. But I wanted to make sure that he wasn't one of those people. So we have the gala, he helps me set up all day, and I'm just kind of watching him at the gala, just talking to people, and he's getting along with everyone. He's dancing to the Afro beats, and I just feel like, okay, he really takes my culture seriously. Like he wants to make sure that I know that he's gonna make sure this is a part of his life too. And I remember just being really happy about that. And so after the gala was done, it was a couple days, and my parents came to visit me in Dallas for Thanksgiving. And so I remember he went to go stay at a hotel because my parents, obviously, they're Nigerian, very traditional. We wanted to be respectful. So he went and stayed at a hotel, and my parents came to visit, and he was here when my parents got in town. And I'm telling you, my parents fell in love with him immediately. And I think watching him with my dad it just warmed my heart because they just instantly connected. And my dad, like everyone else, was very fascinated by him. And I remember the following day we went to African market with my parents. It was just me, my ex, and my parents. And he's talking to my parents about the Olympics, and they're asking him all these questions. And he was like, yeah, like
Let me see. Let's make sure I'm still on the internet. Voila. I think I am. All right. So let's just say
the Danish deception part
about here. Yeah, that video is causing trouble. Let's see.
The Danish deception 3-4 months. And so
okay,
I was like, okay, let's do it. So we found a jeweler. We went and we tried on some rings. I remember I'm trying on lab grown and natural, and I'm like looking at the price differences, and I'm like, I am not allowing you to buy me a natural stone because that number is just crazy. I'd rather us spend money investing, doing other things. And he said, well, let me look into it because I kind of do want to get you natural. And I was like, no, we're getting a lab grown. And I remember, like, if you've gone ring shopping, price difference is like astronomical. And so I remember I picked out a ring that I really liked, and then we left, and that was basically the end of like the rings for that moment. And so he goes back to Denmark, and the plan was for me to go on a trip with him for Christmas. As I mentioned previously, my parents were traveling for Christmas, and him and his older sister do not have a relationship. Like, they can't be in intimate settings together, so they alternate Christmases. Like, he had last Christmas, so this Christmas was her Christmas. So we already had planned to spend Christmas together. And so originally we were talking about going to South Africa, like I mentioned before, and then we started looking at flights, and he was like, it's a long trip, I only want to fly business, and they were like $12,000 round trip. And he's like, well, maybe we can make it work. I was like, we are not spending that much on flights to South Africa. That's not happening. And so I started looking at other flights, and then we talked about maybe going to Brazil. And then he tells me, okay, make an itinerary and look at hotels and flights and everything and send it to me, and I'll book it. We're going to go to Brazil. I said, okay, sounds good. So I wake up one day, I said, hey, did you book the travel? And he was like, no, I haven't, but there's something I need to talk to you about. I go, what's up? He goes, so I talked to a doctor because my back has gotten really, really bad. And it turns out I have 2 herniated discs and I'm going to need to get surgery. And I said, okay, like, that's fine. And he said, I'm going to have to get surgery December 21st. And I said, oh, wow. Okay, well, that's fine. We don't need to go on a trip. I'll just come to Denmark and I'll help you recover and everything. And he said, actually, no, I don't want you to come.
You don't need to come
to Denmark. I want you to be there, but I don't want that to be the first time you meet my parents. And they definitely want
you don't
to be
need
there.
to come.
And at this point, I'm like,
hello,
what do
the
you
mom
mean?
of
I'm
5.
your girlfriend and we're talking about a future. Why would I not be there when you're getting a major surgery? And I will continue on in part 7.
All right, so that's part 6. So yeah, talk to me, Bumi.
What else do you want us to say, Mr. Olaf? Also, Mio, I am tired.
Shekwe is still continuing the same pattern. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I have a question for you. She said some
Okay.
people might think us Nigerians were a little too much. Is it some people that think that way, or be it's hard that think that way?
Who cares what some people think? She's the one. Again, she has that bias because he's a white man. So she doesn't want to be like, oh, maybe this culture might be too strong for him. He might look at it and be like, let's just interpret what she's thinking. Oh, that this is too much. This is too much. So that's why she was trying to dilute it. She wanted to make sure that it was comfortable because obviously she grew up in that culture and she likes it or she loves it, and she would like whoever she wants to be with, or whoever she chooses to also be comfortable in that culture, which is a white person. And then again, there's nothing wrong with the white person. But the way it translates is that this is our culture, might be too much for Oyibo. So I don't want to make the Oyibo run. So that's why
Oyibo don't run.
So as the guy can't act accordingly, the love comes skyrocket again, come blow. Because we're like, hey, this man like the culture, you not even disturb, you don't worry. Hey, this one at times 1,000. I go there with time, Gidigam. That's what she let us interpret it. That's what happened.
She said they were so impressed by him in the previous part, that they were so impressed by him. And I was wondering, like, okay, were they impressed by him? Or I feel like sometimes people don't know how to read a room. They might just be, they're trying to be nice, obviously, right? They have to be nice, right?
Yeah.
But do you think they were that impressed? As Nigerians, do we have a tendency to like assimilate in this kind of situation?
I think when the average Nigerian person is a nice person. Like, we always want to carry people along, like especially foreigners. Even people that let me use myself. Me that I'm in Nigeria, I'm not in Nigeria here, right? If I have if I have a non-Nigerian friend that is not African, the way I will the response, I think my natural response would be to go easy on them. That maybe if I want to cook stew now, if I have to put 10 atarodo, I'll put 2 atarodo, because I'm like, I expect that
you want that to be comfortable. It might be
yes,
spicy.
but if it's an African person, I would just be like, you eat pepper, right?
Abby,
you see how it is.
That's the assumption.
you see how it is. So I get it from that lens, but it's too much when you are pandering. What she was doing was pandering. She wanted to make sure that everything was on point, that there was no miss, because she did not know what will miss and will now lead to the crackdown or the breakdown of the relationship or the dwindling of the relationship. That's what I feel. There's some things that are no brainer. Like it's okay. Okay, if I don't eat pepper, oh sorry, it's okay. Well, I'll make something else, or we'll go and can take her. But she didn't want any mistake or mishap to happen, and maybe that's and also I think maybe her family might have seen the way she was carrying him like egg, like oh, so
Like
everybody was trying to.
they don't want to put sand inside a gari now, of course.
So maybe that's what she means by the way. So whatever. But I think the average person or Nigerian, again, I'm speaking for myself. You are extra cautious when you are interacting with people that are not in your race, especially white people or non-black people, African people. So maybe I get it, but then our own was too much. It was too much. It was obvious. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to part 7, and let me know if you have to drop at any point. That's okay. But let's move on to part 7.
No problem.
All right.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to part 7. I'm reading the comment here. This comment says, discernment was chasing you, but you were the Olympian, he wasn't. Jesus Christ. Somebody says, someone called Netflix. We found the next hit series. So I said, we were having financial issues. Who is we? Who is we? All right, let's start, guys.
Okay, Danish Deception, part 7. So he tells me that he needs to get a back surgery and he does not want me to come to Denmark because he wants me to meet his parents with him there because there's a serious language barrier and he wants to make sure that I can communicate with them through him. And he's like, I don't want you to be using Google Translate to talk to them the first time you meet them. And yeah, and at first I was really upset because I felt like he wasn't treating me like I was his family. And I remember having a conversation to my mom about it because I was really frustrated. And she asked me, she said, do you think his parents know about you? And I remember I got really defensive because I told her, in what world would his parents not know about me? And I told him, I really want to be there. I was still kind of like pushing on him for like the full day. And I remember like that was like one of our first like little fights. At this point, we had not fight at all. Like we have not had a single fight in the last 4 months because it's December of 2022. And so I told him, I said, listen, I really want to be there for you. And he was like, honestly, I don't want to like fight about this anymore. Like, let's just put this to rest. And I remember being frustrated because I also didn't have plans for Christmas because my family was going to be traveling. And I had planned to spend Christmas with him. So I remember I reached out to my best friend, Natalie. I was talking to her about the situation. And she said, why don't you fly to New York, spend a couple of days with me, and then we'll go spend Christmas in Boston with my family. And I said, okay, like we can do that. And so I brought up the option to my ex. He said, I think that's a great idea. I obviously don't want you to spend Christmas by yourself. And so I said, okay, that works. And I'm obviously extremely sad because at this point I hadn't seen him in weeks. And now I don't know when I'm going to see him again because he's getting this surgery on December 21st. So I make plans, book my flight to New York. And a couple of days before I leave, he told me, maybe what we can do is you can come to Denmark maybe a couple days after my back surgery because the doctors say that I need to be up walking a couple days afterwards. And I think it's just my mom that's going to come. So what we can do is you can come meet my mom and we can go see like the Christmas lights. And at that point, I'll be able to translate and everything. And so I said, that's fine. So I was like, I'll fly to New York, go to Boston, spend Christmas with my friend Natalie. And then I'll also have like an extra bag packed for like things to wear in Copenhagen and just make sure I'm prepared to figure out what the plan is whenever he tells me. And so I think we had decided that it was December like 26th or 27th that I was going to go to Copenhagen and then spend like a week there. So I go to New York, have a great couple of days with my friend Natalie. And then on like the second day I'm in New York, I get a message from him, and he said, oh my goodness, my dad's back in the hospital. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. He's like, his infection numbers are bad again, his blood poisoning again. And he ended up getting diagnosed with leukemia. And I just, I wanted to be there for him. And I said, like, do you want me to come? Like, I want to be there for you. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to navigate through these things without having like your partner there to support you. And he said, right now, I just need to like focus on my family, and I'm grateful for you to be here, but I also don't want you to meet my dad for the first time in a hospital bed. And I'm obviously frustrated because I really want to be there for him, but I also don't want to be too pushy because I'm like, this is your family, your dad's in the hospital. I don't want to put too much on him. And so we made the decision that I was just going to be kind of like on standby, which was fine because I was with my best friend, Natalie, and I love her so much. And so I was having honestly a wonderful time with her and her family. And so we had left New York, went to Boston. Obviously, I'm still in constant communication with him, trying to figure out what's happening. And he sends me a message. I think it's on December 23rd. He sends me a message and he says, I'm so angry. I just got into a fight with my sister. And maybe like 5 minutes later, he gives me a call and I'm like, what happened? He said, we're sitting in the hospital room and my dad is obviously laying in the bed, and my older sister looks to me and says, so where are you spending Christmas? And I said, not with you, bitch. And it turned into a huge fight. They start screaming at each other in the hospital. He storms out. He feels so disrespected. His mom's upset. His little sister's upset because they're already spending some of their holidays in the hospital. And like now, like they have all this tension in the family. And so I remember just being like so confused as to like why his sister is like this awful person. Like, why is she treating you like this, especially at a time when your dad is not doing okay? And so he calls me. He's like, I'm just so upset. Like, I want to get away. And I said, well, let me know what you need from me. Like, I'm literally a plane ride away. And he said, well, I obviously, like, now that I'm like don't want to be around my family, I would love to see you. And I said, okay, well, I can book a flight to Copenhagen and come stay with you. And he said, I don't know. I just kind of feel like I just need to get out of Denmark. And at that point, he was obviously in his hometown in Aalborg, which is 4 hours north of Copenhagen. And so he took a train back to Copenhagen. He's spending Christmas completely by himself. So sad. And we're still trying to iron out what the plans are. And he, again, tells me, I want to leave Denmark. And I was like, are you sure? Because at this point, like, I knew that I wouldn't say we were having like financial issues, but I knew like obviously there was like a little bit of tension with like all of his expenses that were adding up. And so I was like, it might be easier for me to just fly there and I can just stay with you. And he's like, I just really want to get away. And I said, okay, where do you want to go? He said, have you been to Paris before? And I said, no, I actually have not been to Paris. And he's like, well, let's do Paris. And I said, okay, I'm absolutely down to do Paris. And so I look at flights. I book a flight from Boston to Paris, the layover in Iceland, and I leave on the 26th and I get to Paris on the 27th and I see him. He meets me at the airport. We arranged our flights to make sure we landed around the same time. And something I need to add is before I had gone to Paris, he had told me that he had made a transfer from his business account to his personal account. And obviously in the States, when you make a transfer like that, it's just like a click of a button. Like I have a business account, it's a click of a button. But he told me that in Denmark, when you make a transfer from your business account to your personal account, it actually has to go through the IRS. They take out the taxes and then they deposit the money into your personal account. And I'm over here thinking like, that's so crazy. But I also know like Denmark is a foreign country that I don't know anything about. I didn't question it for a second. And so he said, I'm just gonna ask my mom to give me a quick little loan so I can obviously cover everything with Paris and whatnot. And I said, okay, just let me know what she says. And then he basically came back to me and said, she said that she will only give me the money if I spend a couple more days with the family. I said, well, you should do that. Like, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to take you away from your family by any means. And he said, I don't even want to be around them right now. It's just like not good for my mental health. And then I said, okay, well, what do you need from me? I said, I can cover like the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. And at that point, we had been on 2 trips together, or no, we'd only been on 1 trip together to the south of France. And then Paris was going to be our 2nd trip. The rest of the times, he had now visited me in Dallas 3 times. And so I told him, I said, I can pay for the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. He said, are you sure? I said, yeah, of course. He's like, I just don't know what I would do without you. Like, I just feel like I keep hitting these roadblocks, and you are there to pick up the pieces every single time. And I'm so grateful for that. And I said, I'll always be there to support you. So now we can go back to landing in Paris. We meet at the airport, and he told me, he's like, letting you know, I'm not in the best mood. I've been just like really upset. And I said, I am here to make you happy. So we land in Paris, we see each other, we're so happy. And we had the most spectacular trip in Paris. Like, we were just exploring. It was my first time there. And it was, obviously I paid for a lot of that trip, and he paid for a little bit of the trip too. So we both kind of paid. And keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. I am not concerned about the money. I don't know why I should have been concerned. I should have been noticing these red flags, like, bro, like, where's my money? But again, this is someone that I am planning on marrying, and money at this point, like, money comes and goes, and I wasn't focused on that. I was just focused on us. So we finish our trip in Paris, say our goodbyes, and we start just, getting depressed, as we always do when we say goodbye. And I board my flight to Dallas, and he asked me, what are your thoughts on us meeting with an immigration attorney just to get an idea of what the process entails? And I said, absolutely, I would love to do that. Obviously, I had Googled and looked into a few things, but nothing concrete. At the time, one of my best friends was working part-time for immigration attorneys. So I reached out to her. I said, hey, can I get her contact information? And she said, yeah, of course. She gives me her contact information. And I call her, we set up a meeting, and obviously, still the time difference. He had a work trip in Norway that he was at. And at this point, also, little side note, we had started sharing our locations while we were in Paris. So I had his location at this point, and I could see that he was in Norway. And he also FaceTimed me from the hotel room. So he was in Norway, 100%. And we had a call with the lawyer, and we were discussing the process. And she tells us it's going to take 18 months for you guys to get all of this process after the time you get married. And I was like, 18 months? She's like, everything is super backed up because of COVID. I always want to let my clients know this stuff so that they are fully prepared. And I just felt like that sounded like such a long time. But we finished a conversation with the lawyer, and I then call my ex, and we're talking, debriefing on everything. And there's 2 different types of ways to get permanent residency in the United States. There's consular processing, and then there's another way where you basically apply for the visa and you're living in the States full time while you're processing the visa. So obviously, because he was still working a lot and traveling a lot for work, and because of his dad's health, we decided we would do consular processing, because why not? But then we start having the discussions on, okay, but the clock starts after we get married. And that's when he says, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And I was like, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And he was like, wait, really? And now the time has come for me to drop the first of many bombs on you guys. This man is actually not my ex-fiance. He is my ex-husband.
Oh, okay.
So I will end right now, and we will pick back up in part 8.
Okay. All right. On mute, Bomi. Oh,
So it's not that the bomb is not bombing her. Since there's no bomb. That cool. Common sense. It's not common. No.
it's not common, right?
It's not common. It's not common. So mental health. I want to say something to mental health. He said for his mental health, he would rather leave. And she just swallowed. She just ate it like meat pie.
Yeah.
Let's leave. Nah. What are we saying? What are we doing?
I'm grateful for you. I don't talk like that. I don't know. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for you. You
I'm
know,
sorry, but what mental health is mental in that you're your family. You know, say it's not like as if something. Again, I'm not trying to downplay mental health. I understand
yeah,
mental health.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying it's your family. You had a quote unquote exchange of words with your sister,
yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
then there's mental health.
And no Christmas. Let me
Ah,
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Was she jobless? I mean, how would you know? If I ask you, now who I go ask?
by
Was he
by
jobless?
by her LinkedIn, she was not jobless.
But, go like, oh, I could
She
just.
was at his beck and call. I'm here to make you happy. So it's one sided. Anything you want from me, I'm here. My life is on pause. I'm just waiting for the go ahead. Like how? Because of what?
The guy said then when they do transfers, he said
Ah,
they will take taxes. Who is they? He said they will take taxes before the transfer alert. Even for Nigeria, if you do transfer, you go take the alert. You see alert almost instantly.
that's why I keep emphasizing that she has a master's. You see, again, I know book smart is there from streamer, but you for you to have a master's, you will read
Mhm.
small. You've gone through some things. She's exposed a little bit. This lady has been on a dating show. She was on a dating show.
Right. I heard she was on Bachelors, right?
Yes. So there's some things that, like me, that I have not been on a yacht. I've not been on a private jet. So there's things that I will see. There's a life of luxury that I will say like, oh, okay, this is nice, you know. I have not, but this by the way she's talking, they're booking trips. What is that the problem? Well, I don't understand. She looks like she's deeming herself like she's never dated before. Like she's desperate for love from this man.
I am forced to really highlight self-esteem.
Ah,
You
it's
know,
too much.
somebody said I'm exhausted, and it's only part 7. So I said, so
Seriously.
all this happened in 4 months, and there's more.
Thank you. Thank you for even remembering me. I'll be reminding me. Kaka, immediately like this. 3 days, she said I love you. As a Niger babe. Eh? 3 days.
Oh no, you know one thing he said in the beginning that really was really good. I thought it was really good. If authentic people can use it, because again, some of this stuff can be used by bad people, right?
Yeah.
He said, I would love to say this back to you, but I want my own special moment.
Yes.
Woman, you can't do front. That would have taken you off
That
your feet too.
that's a bar. No, that's a bar. That's a bar
Ah,
from Shakespeare. Excuse me. That's
special
how you
moment.
know that this man has been in the game. He has been doing it long before now. That's a bar.
When I heard that, I was like, okay, I can't
It's
listen.
out front.
I can't listen. That was a bar.
That's a bar from Brooklyn.
Oh my
That's a
God.
bar. Yeah, I saw like, damn, it's true. I heard that like, wow, that line catch, it catch, clock it. But
Clock it.
seriously, three days, nah. What did
Talk
you
to
show me in
bar.
3 days? Uh-uh. Yeah, even if the third leg is a magician, even 3 days, nah.
No, no,
Let's be acting accordingly.
but this chick, she's an easy target. It's written all over her face, and I don't know how to describe facial expression or anything like that, but it's written all over her face. That she was just an easy target, and that's really what we want to highlight here because we haven't heard his side. But I'm not exactly too surprised. She's about to drop a bomb on us. I guess she's married. So let's yeah,
Okay,
we're gonna
let's see.
find out. Let's move to part
Mhm.
8. Egbe. Oh god. But I could already tell that this person doesn't listen to their parents very well. They probably just she's 29, they probably gave up on her, like you won't listen, let's just love on her. She's that type.
Eh,
Yeah, she's that type of chick.
okay. I would have disowned her.
You would disown her if it was you?
Love from my family.
Ah, yeah, so love from afar new. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and #1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, welcome back to part 8, Danish Deception by Onyeka. All right, let's have at it.
The Danish Deception, part 8. I was not going to leave you guys hanging, but I do have a wedding tonight, so this will be the final part of the evening. And just want to let you guys know, I need you to bear with me. I do have a job. I do have a life. I'm trying to do this at my own pace, but I also wanted to say thank you all for being here. This is not easy to share with the world, but your support truly means so much to me. All right, so yeah, we were not just engaged, we were married, and we are now divorced. So once we made the decision to get married, I remember we had a phone call over the course of like 6 hours. And one day we talked on the phone about all the things that we wanted to get out of life. We talked about kids, we talked about religion, we talked about everything. And at the end of that day, he told me, do you still want to get married? And I said, absolutely. I'm in love with you. I want to build a life with you. I want to have a family with you. So the decision was very, very simple. And so he already told me about a month prior that he had reached out to his realtor about putting out feelers about selling his home. Because at this point, now that we're getting married, he's like, I'm going to just try to spend as much time in Dallas as possible. And I was absolutely okay with that. And so in the beginning of January, he had told me that his realtor got an offer off market for his place. And I was like, that's great. And he was like, I'm going to probably take a loss. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get as much as my down payment back. And I was like, how much are you going to end up getting back? He said, probably around $500,000. I was like, well, that's, a good solid base for us to have. And I was more than okay with that. Keep in mind, he still does owe me money at this point. So they end up going under contract. The plan is for the house to sell by the end of January. And everything seemed like it was going smooth. And then one day he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst day ever. And I'm like, oh, now what? He's frantic. He's like, there's a fire in the control room, the electrical control room at the apartment complex that he bought. And he's just like, I don't know what to do. He's like, there's no power. Like no one has power. He's like, I just paid this guy $2,000 to bring generators to power up the whole entire apartment. I have an electrician coming. And he's like freaking out. And he basically used all of his money he had to put towards like the generators and paying the electrician for as much work as they could do. And I was like, okay, like what now? And he was like, I need help. At this point, he has now asked me for help. He said, can you send me $5,000? And I said, yeah, of course, I can help you. Again, love is a powerful drug. I hate myself. I hate this. I hate that I was so willing to help him, and it is what it is. But I send him the $5,000. He tells me that his insurance is going to cover it. He's going to be able to pay me back. And also, like, I'm mindful of the fact that his house is supposed to close at the end of the month. And so a week go by and we start talking about plans for the wedding. And so at first we wanted to go to Vegas, and then we looked into it, and Denmark does not recognize wedding marriages that are done in Vegas, because you can get the marriage certificate and get married in the same day. Same thing with Colorado. Shout out to Denmark. I love that rule. But we're like, it's fine. We should just save money. Let's just do it in Dallas. And then we can go do a little weekend trip to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, which is like this cute lake town. And that can be our honeymoon. And he was like, okay, that works fine. We can do that. At this point, he has his flight booked to come back to Dallas in the end of January. Now we're in 2023. And he tells me that one of his really close friends that owns a plumbing business, and my ex was actually godfather of this man's son. This is confirmed. And he came to him and said that his partner in his business is like doing some like shady stuff. He's like scared that he's going to get like implicated. He wants my ex to buy out his partner. And he's asking him for a loan of $250,000. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And this time he asked me, and we're about to get married. So now I feel like I can insert my opinion about the situation. So I asked him, I'm like, is this just a handout or is this going to be a good investment? And he was like, well, I think it's going to be a really good investment. Like he has a bunch of ideas of how to expand the business. And to me, I was like, well, if you can help a friend and have a good investment, I think that makes a lot of sense. And as you guys can already tell, I'm a very giving person. I've been very giving my entire life. I get it from my parents. They're very generous and selfless. And so when it comes to helping friends and family in need, I've always done it. If I can do it, I'll always do it. And so to me, I'm like, we have this money coming in. Let's invest it. And, I own this house here and we don't have any big purchases coming up. So it's okay. Like I wasn't really stressed and pressed about it. And so basically I was like, okay, the house is going to close at the end of the month and then he'll be able to pay me back the money that he owes me and he'll be able to help his friend and everything will be good to go. So he ends up coming back to Dallas. We get our marriage certificate. We set our wedding date for February 10th. And I remember the night before our wedding, he got really, really bad food poisoning, which I feel like should have been another sign that this was 100% the wrong decision to make. But instead I was like, hey, in sickness and in health, whatever happens, we're going to make it through it. And at this point, he doesn't really have any money. I remember he looked at me, he goes, I'm sick, I'm broke. You want to marry me still? I said, I don't care if you're sick and broke. I love you for you. And we're getting married and I'm so excited and ready for it. So the morning of our wedding, obviously he couldn't afford a ring at that point. And so I remember he got on one knee. I woke up that morning and he's down on one knee next to the bed. And he was like, I know this isn't the proposal you dreamed of. And I promise you, I'm going to propose to you one day with a real ring and we're going to share this with the world. But I want to ask you, will you marry me? And I said, absolutely, I'll marry you. And so we went to the courthouse. I remember I was wearing a dress from Fashion Nova because I didn't care. I was just excited to marry my person. And we got married. And I truly thought this was one of the best days of my life. I was so happy. I was grinning so big. I still have the pictures and the videos from this day. And we went to Broken Bow afterwards. And we just had a great weekend in a little cabin in the woods. And it's just this cute lake town. So it's perfect. And we brought Smokey. I remember we got burgers. I made a lasagna. We just stayed in and hiked. And it was a really, really wonderful honeymoon. After the wedding, he stayed in Dallas for about a week. And then he goes back to Denmark. And he had said that the house had closed and that he was just waiting for the funds. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in Denmark. Again, I have no idea how this stuff works. And so while he's in Denmark, he says the funds came through. He transferred the money to his friend for the investment in the plumbing business. And he said that he was about to set up a transfer for me for the money he owed me, which was about $10,000 at that point. And so a couple weeks go by. I still haven't received the money. I'm not super pressed about it because I still am fully trusting him at this point. And he ends up booking his flight to come back to visit in March. And this trip was a trip that my dad and my mom were coming back to Dallas to come visit. And he already planned to ask my dad for my hand in marriage. And so he's about to come visit and he calls me maybe a couple of days before he's about to come to Dallas. And he said, I received the worst possible news today. And I will continue on in part 9.
Oh God. All right, so my face hurts because for everything that she said that throws me off, I'm laughing and I can see where this is leading to. So my face, this place is hurting now.
So wait. I think I can read the scam because he sold that house for 500K. He gave his friend 250. The remaining of 250 now, maybe his dad passed, so they're going to use the money. I have not watched this, but I'm just reading the scam as a person with sense. So
Investment.
that girl did not see that money. Let's just say that's what will happen. Hey, God, I beg.
Somebody is asking on the actual comment on TikTok, say, I don't know why you ain't get that deal bag. It was a deal bag. And somebody said, and more. Instead of getting the $200 sunshade that she got. But maybe at that point, you know what? Hold. I really want to get you this bag, but I have some money hanging.
Also, man, See, I don't know if it's just me. Maybe it's the Nigerian in me. I'm fetish. I'm
Possibly.
superstitious. I don't know what the word is. If somebody I just met is just giving me back to back bad news, kilo day.
Kilo me, go hear me.
I meet you today. We enjoy ourselves small. Maybe then 2 weeks time. Oh, there's something. So there's something. There's always something. So throughout my life
I
now, there will be
mean,
something.
maybe it's village people. My own interpretation.
Oh, you see
My,
it now.
my own
That's what
interpretation is that emotions no be your mates. That doesn't mean you have to be stupid, right? But
ah.
for some people, it can go to the levels of stupidity. Yes.
And she's
Yes.
not. Did you see what she said? She verified that the ex-husband friend he's the godfather of his kids. She verified. So that's the only information you verified.
That's the only thing that she's verified since. So
That's
that's the
the
only
only
thing.
thing she stood on and said, "Does it? It's verified." Others should not verify. Hey, hey, God,
Yeah. Yeah.
nah.
So $5,000, right? Another $5,000. Another fire
Uh-uh.
in the same apartment complex.
Seriously.
Now, conveniently, insurance is going to pay for it, and it's about to close on a deal. This sounds
Uh,
way too close to the other story I told you that's close to me that I heard
uh-huh.
in this last week.
Uh,
Way too close. And cryptocurrency is involved, insurance money is involved. I'm about to close on a deal. Now, is this, like I already said this in the lesson part of it, is this because she doesn't mind? She said, people that know me. You can probably tell already, right? She's a giver. The need to
that
contribute, is that what this is, or codependency?
no, that is I don't think is giving. I think they're generous people. That I know of generous people, and I would like to think that I'm generous. But
Mhm.
I think what she's trying to do there is that I am going to like I'm locked in. I am
Mm.
here for you. You have never seen or met anybody. You will never meet or know anybody like me. She's trying, even when she's married to the guy, she's still trying to prove her worth to the guy.
Yeah, the proving.
So yeah,
Trying to prove is a major part of this story.
yes,
Prove. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because I can bet you the only asset that I have that if it's her friend, you will not willingly, she will not willingly give that money. She will
Mhm.
ask more questions. She will ask more questions, and I get it. This is the man you want to your dreams are made of. This is the man
Mhm.
you married, but
Man of your dreams. You don't want it to slip away.
there is no iota of thinking in anything she has said.
Hmm.
She did not for once say, "I saw that property." She did not for once question him. Oh, is that she's married him now that she was like, okay, I can give my 2 cents. So the money that you gave him, God just dash you the money. Because she didn't say, oh, I don't want to question that you can do whatever. It's still your money. You work for that money.
Yeah.
And if somebody is asking you, I think to not be disrespectful. Oh, okay. So when are you going to give back the money? And not
Yeah.
to be disrespectful. Okay. So if you're asking me for money, I also owe the right to also ask some questions. Again, I'm not disrespectful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but it's after the fact, and then it's 250. She didn't even see the wire transfer. She didn't see anything. And again, something that annoyed me, the man with all this travel, the man not buy ring.
Nope.
Ah,
It's getting on one knee and no ring, just an answer.
what is happening?
Absolutely. She accepted. I have
So
one more question for you on part 8. What I want to do,
yes.
right, because of time, is I want to pay part 21, and then
Okay.
I'll pay 24 and 25. Because
Okay.
we already know where this is going. And
Where are you?
my face is hurting me, you know.
Seriously.
So here's a quick question. Bumi, what is wrong with Fashion Nova dresses?
That's to tell you that us that wear fashion, I haven't bought fashion in a long time, but I used to wear it. Is that we don't have taste, we don't have class, because she goes to Copenhagen. Is that I don't even know if that's how you say it. She goes to the wood. She's a girly. She's a girl with class.
She's
She
a
tell you that.
California Valley.
Yeah, she tell you that I'm poor. That's why I shopped at Fashion Nova for my wedding. That's what she said.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I was like, oh, I guess something is wrong with Fashion Nova dresses.
No. It's
No,
just it's
point
a way of
noted, I will not be buying Fashion Nova for my wife. What's taking?
It's classism. She wants to let you know that I have levels, but because of the situation that's impending or that's pending right now, I had to settle for Fashion Nova. That's what she's saying.
Go. All right,
Yeah.
let me go ahead and play part 8. Part 8. No, let me just go straight. I think it's best that I go straight to part 21. As a matter of fact, I think it's best that I go to part 21, and then I will do probably 24 and 25, so we can get to the climax of this, because I don't want to get tired. Let me see here. Okay, this is part. No, I already played part 8. That was part 8. So now we'll move on to part 20. I think it's this 24 and 25. Okay, 24, 25. Okay, she actually continued after that. She was doing lesson learned about Baba. Lesson learned about. Anyway.
Deception in part 21. So a lot of the things that transpired over the next couple.
Hold on, let me put Kenny here. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I'll be right back, okay?
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's listen to part 21. We jumped hoops. You already get the gist. She got, we'll do some summary, but let's just get to part 21. Let's see if we get some more surprises.
Days happen over text. So I have my old phone. I'll be reading a lot of the messages because it's hard to really convey everything just based on memory. So I send him a screenshot of the test transaction that I did, and then the screenshot that he sent me for my mom. And I literally put them right next to each other. And I said, here's a side-by-side comparison for your reference. You've been caught red-handed, but if you want to keep lying, by all means, do your thing. And you can clearly see that you dragged it down to remove the schedule payment button. And then I had the test transaction with the schedule payment button circled. He says, I am telling you, Anyeka, I made the transfer to the account she gave me. I would have come clean right now if I had it. At this point, I think we should call off the weddings. We are not working as a team, and I don't want to keep fighting over this. Your mom will get her $10K as soon as I get it back. No, let me rephrase that. We are calling it off. I'm doing my best for everyone. Now it's time to focus on my own mental health. I will stay at a hotel for a few nights. This is all too much for me. Once I get the money, we can discuss if there's a future, but the weddings are off. So at that point, I'm just, what is happening? This is just, I'm so confused. Obviously, I had just bought my wedding dress and I was planning this wedding, but the weddings weren't even like on my mind. I just knew that he was struggling with something really, really big, and I wanted to know what it was. And the weddings, at this point, I was like, let's cancel the weddings. I don't even care. I was more focused about his well-being and making sure he was going to be okay. So I do another test transaction, but this time I actually loaded money into Revolut and then I sent it to myself. And so I said, FYI, this is what it looks like when you actually make a transfer in Revolut. And I did like a couple $100, just a small amount. And I said, the lies need to stop. Aren't you tired and exhausted? Do you think I want that for you? He goes, don't worry about me. I'll go to Denmark either tonight or tomorrow. I have enough miles to book it. Then we'll figure out the business account and you will be made whole. After that, we can figure out the next steps. So to answer your question, yes, I'm tired, but I'm more than tired. I am done. So I sent him this message. You think you leaving is what I want? We don't need space. We need a relationship that's open and honest. You say you want to focus on your mental health. Keeping up with your lies and taking on the stress is destroying your mental health. You say you want to work as a team. How can we if you can't be honest with me? I'm here for the good, the bad, the ugly, but we can't work through any of this until you can give me the honest truth. So he gets back from the gym and he walks in the house. He walks past me. He walks past my best friend, goes up to the room. I follow him into the room and I go, hey, can we talk about this? He said, what is there to talk about? I told you I'm done. And I go, what does that mean? He says, I want a divorce. And at this point, I'm just stunned because never once has he mentioned leaving me or divorce or anything. So I'm shook at this point. And then he proceeds to tell me, he said, you prioritize your friends and family above me in our relationship. I've never felt like this is my home. I'm a guest in this home. My stuff is in the guest closet. And I'm like, your stuff wouldn't fit in the master closet. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm just sitting here just so confused. And he said, you only love me when there's money in my account, which is crazy because there was tons of times where there wasn't money in his account. And I'm just still trying to talk to him. So I'm like, I love you. You're the love of my life. He goes, you were the love of my life. And I feel so hurt, but I'm also like, this can't be him talking. This has to be
It's over.
The disease. This has to be the addiction that's talking. And so I'm still trying to communicate to him.
You're diagnosing him.
You know what? Don't worry. I'm going to fly back to Denmark. I'm going to get the money from the business account, make sure you're whole. And I also have received an offer to be a CEO of a company in Denmark making $1 million. And so now I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's for sure spiraling. Like, this is 100% the addiction. And it's insane because at this point I should have just been like, okay, go buy it and be done with him. But I'm very much still fighting for the relationship because I don't think that there's anything crazy big that we can't navigate and come through together. So we're not making any progress in the conversation. So I leave. I go to my friend Rebecca. I said, let's go for a drive. So we take her daughter, we go to the lake, and I tell her everything. And I just break down, and she's in shock because she had no idea.
But you never told her nothing.
Of
course not.
Those people. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want him to leave me. And at this point, it's crazy because I had definitely thought to myself, like, what life would be like without him, and almost was like mentally preparing myself for it. But I always thought it was going to be on my terms. But the fact that he was leaving me just like put me in like this like fight or flight, and I just wanted to fight for him. So while we're at the lake, he sends me a message. He says, are you all gone? If yes, do I have enough time to pack my suitcase? And I go, we drove to the lake. And I said, I love you. We're going to figure this out. Let's take some space, but flying to Denmark is not the answer. And he says, I have made up my mind and I'm not changing my decision. We are both exhausted. Our individual peace has been at stake for too long and we need to protect that. We tried. God knows we fought for it, but the battle is over. Let's find peace each on our own. Let me know when you're heading back. I packed the first suitcase. I might do the other tomorrow. It's a bit difficult for me as well. So after being at the lake, I go upstairs trying to talk to him, and he's just not even wanting to be within like 5 feet of me. And I'm like, let's talk about this. Like, please, like, tell me what's going on. Like, you wouldn't be spiraling like this if there wasn't something that's going on. Like, I'm your wife. Like, we can get through this. And he said, no, I'm done with you. I'm going to leave tomorrow. I booked the flight. And I will never see you again. And I will only talk to you when it's about getting you your money. And at this point, I'm just like, what? Like, it's now been an hour and he still has not backed down from this idea that he's leaving me. So out of pure desperation, and I have never experienced this level of desperation before, I go into his work bag and I take his passport.
Wait. You never done desperation before?
He's not leaving. I'm going to get to the bottom of what's really going on. And she looks at me, she goes, do you, girl? Like, I support you. So we go onto the patio just to get some fresh air. And I look at the doorbell camera and I see that he's left. And he had 2 big check luggages packed and then his carry-on. And I see that he only left with his carry-on and his work bag. And so I sent him a text. I go, take your space tonight and remember that I love you. And I'm grateful that you're my husband and I will never stop fighting for you. Good night, my love. And at this point, I'm angry, but I'm being nice because I've done so much research on addiction. And I know whenever an addict is spiraling, the worst thing you can do is fight them back. So I'm just trying to be calm and be peaceful so that he can find a space to be able to come and be honest with me. And he said, wrap your head around the fact that I am not your husband anymore. We are done. Today has shown me that I won't have anything to do with you other than settling my debt. After that, I can breathe again. So obviously I had a horrible night. I cried myself to sleep. The next morning I wake up and my best friend says, hey, I'm going to go to my other friend's house. She had another best friend that lived in Dallas. So she was visiting the both of us. And I was more than okay with that because I didn't think this was a good environment for a child anyways. And I knew he was going to come back to the house. And I thought that was for the best. And so I drive her to her friend's house. And my ex had messaged me like, I'm going to need the house until 1 to grab my things before I go to the airport. And I remember being like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to drop her off at her friend's house. And he doesn't know that I'm like trying to intercept him so I can have a conversation with him. He also does not know that I have his passport. So I drop Rebecca off at her friend's house and I come back and my ETA is like 12:30. And I know he said he was going to leave around 1. So I was like, okay, I'll have some time to intercept him. I get home and everything is gone. His bags that were packed are gone. And I don't know if anyone's ever experienced being left by a spouse without knowing, or even a partner in
that be
general,
fast.
but it is the most devastating feeling in the world.
Oh,
And
Lord.
especially someone that you shared your life with, they're there one day and the next day they're gone. It is just gut-wrenching. And I honestly, at that point, just start screaming. And I sent him a text and I said, I have your passport. He said, what the fuck is wrong with you? I go, please come home, babe. You fight for the people you love, and I love you, and we will get through this.
So you're still desperate.
And he said, this stunt literally cost me thousands of dollars. My decision is made. Remember who is fighting who. And I said, we just need to talk through this. I know you're hurt, and I'm sorry for my part in this, but you're my husband.
Now you're apologizing.
We're building a life here with friends and family. He said, I am over it, but don't worry. All your troubles will go away. Now it'll just take a day longer and cost me more money. Ridiculous. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I say, I don't believe that. You wouldn't have married me if you wanted to give up that easily. He said, well, okay, but I'm getting a temporary passport, so I'll be leaving. And you made sure to take my green card too. So even if I wanted to come back, that's not possible. Take care. And you think I'm giving up easy? You're delusional. I said, I can mail it to you. And at that point, I'm freaking out because I did take his green card. So I get in the car and I said, I can bring you your passport and I can bring you your green card. I'll go to the airport. He goes, don't worry. I'm on the phone with the consulate. They'll figure it out. I don't need you. And I said, I'm on the way with the passport right now. I'll be there in 20. He said, I'm not going to see you. Trust me. I said, okay, I'll turn around. But I also can leave the passport at the front desk so you don't have to see me. He goes, don't worry. Getting issued an emergency passport. Don't you fucking leave my passport anywhere. This is the most insane situation I've ever heard of. And guys, this is my favorite text in the entire thread. Call on your friends and family. You prioritize them, now they can show up for you. And just to be very clear, I do not give a fuck if you tell everybody everything. So here I am telling everybody everything. So after that message, he says there's no coming back from this. And I text him back and I said, okay, I will accept that now. And I had reached full acceptance because the fact that he had told me that he doesn't care if I tell everybody everything means that he must really be done with this marriage. And so I reached acceptance and I'm in my car. And I remember I sent a text to my sisters and I said, my ex just left me. And I also called my best friend Neka and I told her, I said, he just left me. And I stay on the phone with her until I get home. And I get home and I just plant on the couch and I'm just hysterically crying and just completely wrecked, completely heartbroken. Like, the man that I love has just left me and I'm never going to see him again. And so obviously it took some time for my sisters to read my text and they both came over and I realized like now's the time to come clean and tell everybody what's really been going on in our lives. And so my sisters are sitting down next to me and my best friend Neka is also on the couch and I look at them and I tell them everything about the gambling, about the lies, about the money.
For the first time.
And my little sister looks up at me and she says, well, he actually took $3,000 from me. And we will continue on in part 22.
Well, me, are you still there?
I am Kuku here. I'm here. I am here.
$3,000 from the sister. And he has his green card already.
And the sister did not tell her.
Because they probably didn't want to, they know she's delusional.
What kind of relationship? So she too, the sister gave the man the money. On what ground? I don't understand.
Borrow now.
No, man of person. For example, now, say my husband had called my sister that I need money. My sister will not call me at the back and say,
it's possible. You can be like, I don't want to start to know about this. I have something to take care of real quick.
No, my family does not operate like that. Everything we know. I don't even aid and abet that kind of rubbish behavior.
No, it's possible. I can't even
front. If it's a surprise, see, if it's a surprise, so you're planning something for her or hold this money for me. It should be the other way around, not my younger sister giving.
Well,
I
yes,
just
it
said,
happened. I believe her. I believe that happened. The guy took $3,000 from him.
yeah, but the sister has no idea.
No, the sister knows. He was a, let me hold some. I'll get it back to you, please. I don't want your sister to know about this. I'm a little stuck.
Ah, okay.
Even strangers, they do it with WhatsApp these days. You don't know the WhatsApp scam that's going on around.
What's
Where
happening?
the WhatsApp scam that's going around, where people will get hack into your phone and start contacting all your contacts,
Oh
and
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah. I know about that. I know about that.
it's because it happens that they use that now. It's
Ah,
believable.
if
People can be
anybody knows
fucked.
me, everybody knows that that's not me. That's not that's not my character. There's no way.
You won't send the money. You at least let me jump on the phone and
No,
verify.
I will ask the person that I will inquire, be like, what's up, what's up? Because people don't. It's out of the blue be character. It's not a normal character. What I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So
Sister Rose, I think Danish people practice juju.
it's not possible because it's not adding up. And she was chasing him. She was still chasing him like someone that doesn't have a job. Chasing him. She sees his passport. This man said no. How can a man
I
tell you
mean,
no more than once?
the chasing him is partly the fact that once you enter one chance, right? You just you're still telling yourself that it can be true. And then it's also partly what she started from. She toasted this guy.
Yeah.
She toasted him, collect his
Yeah.
Instagram,
Yeah.
fell heads over heel with this guy, was basically completely impressed, swept off her feet by this guy, including starting onto okay, everything is it's no problem. Okay, all right. Until that one time after they marry, she said, okay, I can at least insert my opinion. And she's still apologizing for every move that goes wrong. And this guy has been basically throwing tantrums, basically. So it's actually, as much as it might be funny, but it's very sad to watch. She said we don't need space. The guy said we need space. He said you don't need space. By the way, this is not really a black and white thing. Okay, the fact that guy continued to gaslight her, even in the midst of that, is very common. It's very common, and it has direct relationship with lack of accountability. When somebody is wrong, but they keep trying to double down on what you did or anything to enable them. They will even blame you for their own problems if you're not very careful. So I have a question for you, Mumi. Is she telling us because he said to tell us? Because he said he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Abi, she's telling for another reason. Why is she telling us now?
She's telling us now that I think she's trying to send the message back to him that she's over him, and that like I said, she also wants to get some. This lady is not new to reality TV and all that. I think she's trying to get something out of it. I mean, all that money that she borrowed, who would pay back? How would she pay the money back?
Yeah, but if Funaya come before her, they haven't called in for Naya to the TV yet.
If Unaya own is not like this, we don't like. If first of all, if Unaya's story is it has a target. Africans, Black Americans or Afro Americans, this is a broader target. Netflix could pick this up or Tyler Perry because there's a mix of a Oyibo white person, not just any white person, a white person that claims to be a prince and Olympian, So that storyline is interesting. They could jazz it up.
Yeah.
But I think she wants to get a viral moment out of it. It's a way to get back at him.
She got her viral moment now for sure.
Yeah.
So,
I think she wants to also get back at him and be like, I've moved on. Yeah. I think that's
so how come she's not mentioning his name then? How come she's not mentioning his name?
I don't know. That's the because me I would have put everything there, sir. Since I don't have shame, let me just go all the way. I don't know why she's not mentioning his name. I don't know why.
No shame.
But they found
Absolutely no shame. Absolutely no shame. All right, let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. We're moving on right about now to part 22. We'll be right back. 22. Yes.
The Danish Deception, part 22.
No, hold on, Auntie. We'll be right back, guys.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag. Yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, let's have it. Part 22.
The Danish Deception, part 22. So my little sister looks at me and she says, he took $3,000 from me. And I am just silent for like 5 seconds. And I want you all to picture a horror movie in your mind and picture the screams in that horror movie. I can guarantee you the screams that were heard from me were 10 times worse. It was the most heartbreaking moment of my entire life. My little sister is like, she's my world, and to know that he took advantage of her was just, it was so heartbreaking. And in that moment, I 100% fell out of love with him. And it was like the spell that was on me had been broken. I went from survival mode to clarity in a matter of seconds. He asked my little sister for money 2 times. The first time was back in May. It was for a birthday present for me, which is crazy because he did not get me a birthday present that year because I asked him not to because I wanted us to save money. He paid her back, and he actually paid her back with interest, but it took him like a month and a half to send it back to her. And then he asked her for money again in the beginning of August, saying that he was planning a surprise for me for our wedding in Nigeria. And again, he's having issues with the transfer between his Danish account and his personal account. And she sent him the money, and that amount was not paid back to her. So I sent him a text and I said, you took $3,000 from my little sister. I hate you. No wonder why you left. You're a fucking coward. I don't know how in deep you are, but please know I will make it back from this. Fuck you. You were right. There's no coming back from this. You're a pathetic waste of space. And he responds, you're right, but don't worry. You'll get what's yours. You can start the filing process so we can be done with this. I said, glad we're finally on the same page. He said, me too. I'll need my passport back Thursday. Can we find a way to make that work? I said, absolutely, whenever you pay us back. And I said, you're the most disgusting human I've ever met. He said, that's a mature comment, but that deal works. What's the exact amount I owe you? And I said, love how you use the word mature as you flee the state, LMAO. I mean country. I mean continent. He goes, I'm not fleeing, Anyika. I'm going to make sure you get what's yours. That's all I've been trying to do. You can believe that if you want to or not. Well, I'm just scream crying at this point, just being like, no. And it takes me some time to like gather myself. And then I realize, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's not the only one. So the first person I call is one of my close friends, Chris, and him and his wife, Thea, they're pregnant with their first kid and they're buying their first house. Obviously, money's tight. And I called him and I said, did you give money to my ex? And he goes, yeah, I did. And then I just started scream crying on the phone. And then I tell him everything that's happening. And it was so heartbreaking because like I had to tell people these things and then I would be so emotional, so wrecked. And then I would gather myself and then I would realize that there's another person I have to call. So after I called Chris, I called my friend Rob and asked him, did you loan money to my ex? And he said, yes, I did. And again, I'm scream crying. He borrowed money from Rob 2 times. The first time he said that he was buying an Aston Martin DB9. and he was trying to shuffle funds between his Danish account and his American account. It was taking a while. That amount of money was paid back, and then he came back and asked money from Chris and Rob and said that he was trying to surprise me with this super rare Rolex. And he was trying to surprise me with it for the wedding, and the store just got it, and he didn't think they were going to get it again before the wedding. And so that's how he got money from them the second time around. Then I messaged him, Chris and Rob too, what the fuck? And he said, you don't have to remind me, I am aware. That's why I need to go back and fix it. And then I text him in all caps, who else? And then he doesn't respond. Then I called one of my friends that I've known since high school, asked him, did you give my ex money? He said, yes, he had loaned him money as well. And then I made a call to my cousin and I asked him, I said, did you loan my ex money? And he said, yes. And we are the godparents to his son. And that one was like so heartbreaking because this man trusted us to be godparents to his child. And you did this to him. And he's like a second brother to me. And it broke me completely to know that he could hurt people I loved like this. And I was in total shock at this point. I was so hurt. I was so angry and I did not know what to do. At that point, I'm like, I need to contact his family right now. So I call his little sister and it's like 11 p.m. in Denmark, but I did not care. I called her, she answered, and I tell her everything. And I'm hysterically crying and she's just in shock. And her fiance goes to his mom's house, picks his mom up, brings her to their home, and then they call me again, and now the three of them are there, and I tell them everything again, and we're all just crying, like all of us, and I don't even know what to say. And they were like, we knew he had a problem 10 years ago, and he went into treatment, and he got better, and like, we never knew that he was still doing this. And I was so angry because I felt like I deserved to know this when I met them. Like, I feel like they should have told me this right away. And that's when I started feeling a lot of resentment. I know like it's not fair to put the blame on them because I know they're not responsible for his actions, but I absolutely felt so much resentment towards them at that moment. So then I tell them, I'm like, he's lied about so much stuff. He lied about going to the Olympics. He lied about the home he lived in. And then I thought to myself, the royal title. So I asked him, I go, do you guys have a royal title? And the look on their face, they were horrified, absolutely horrified. The lie that he had told my cousin was that he was buying a Ferrari. And again, he was having issues getting money from his Danish account to his American account, and he needed a short loan. A Ferrari. Then I texted,
That's easy.
Money from my cousin too. I'm so sick to my stomach. I wish I never fucking met you. And he goes, Anyeka, I understand. I don't need these reminders. And then I said in all caps, tell me who else. I said, be honest for once in your fucking life so I can finish making these calls and I can heal. And he said, no one is asking you to do that. That's a choice you have made.
Yeah.
So over the course of the evening, a lot of people came over, like my cousin, his wife, my sisters were there, a bunch of my friends, and I was just crying. I just really just needed to be around my people while all of this was coming to light and all of this was unfolding. And so it was really rough, but I went to bed that night. My little sister did spend the night with me. And the next morning I decided I'm going to go on my Instagram and I'm going to unblock his ex-girlfriend and I'm going to reach out to her. So I unblock her and I send her a message. I go, hi.
You blocked the ex-girlfriend. I missed that part.
His true colors. I don't know how to understand the depth of what I'm going through. And she responded almost instantaneously. It was like, Anyeka, my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry. There were so many times I wanted to reach out to you, but I felt like he was filling your mind with lies and you weren't going to believe anything that I said. And so I told her, I said, you know, don't blame yourself, but like, I'm having a really hard time understanding the depth of what I'm going through. Are you available to have a quick conversation? And she said, absolutely. We can have a conversation. So at that point, I'm obviously experiencing so much darkness. I'm waiting for the ex to call me and I just need to find some light in my life. So I call my cousin's wife and I ask her, can I come over? Can I just spend some time with my godson? And she said, of course. So I go over to her house, I pick him up, and I just hold him, and I'm just like crying, and I'm telling him he's 1 year old, so he doesn't understand what's going on, but I'm just saying I'm so sorry because like your godfather is an evil, evil monster, and I'm just now finding this out, and I just felt so bad for him that like one day he's gonna learn that this man was his godfather at one point. So I'm at my cousin's house waiting for the ex to call me, and I just need to just start reaching out to every single person that's ever encountered him. And that was really, really difficult because a lot of these people are also my friends. And so I'm devastating them because everyone loved him. Everyone truly loved him. Everyone trusted him. So I find another friend that he owed $10,000 to. One of my coworkers that I used to work with, she told me that her husband gave him $10,000 to. The lies were, it was a variety of different lies. One person, he said that he was investing in a plot of land. Another person, he said that he was buying a car. The same lie about how his Danish account, his personal account aren't like, it's not, he's having issues transferring money in between. And let me make something very, very clear. Every single person that he took money from, he told them explicitly not to tell me. And it's in text and it's in the receipts. He said, do not tell her, it's a surprise. I'm getting this car as a surprise. I'm getting this watch for her as a surprise. I'm buying this land as a surprise. It was all a surprise to me, which makes me so, so sick. So I'm on my phone. Again, I'm still waiting for the ex to call me. And I look down and I have a text from his older sister. And she said, Anyeka, can you please call me? I want to talk to you. And we will continue on in part 23.
Shangbo, you did hear? I'll tell you what. There was a party years ago when my wife and I were going through a crisis. I was trying to throw her a party. Wrong timing, of course. And one of our friends at the time, the person that was hanging out with her at the time, I had called and said, hey, I'm trying to throw her a party. And please don't tell her. And I wasn't borrowing money, but I was just telling her so that I can actually put together a surprise party. And then she actually went and tell her. And I resented that thing for years. These are your people, Bumi. Sure, you're hearing. Sure, you're hearing me. Bumi, you still there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
These are your people. You guys are like, no, I really wanted to throw my wife a surprise party, but it was, to be fair to her, we're cool now. It was just the wrong timing. She knew also we're going through crisis. And
but wait, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Ola. So that man borrowed money from everybody around her. Nobody told her.
Yeah, nobody told her because
You
it's a code. It's a kind of code. If I say, please, I'm throwing a kind of surprise, But people that have intuition, maybe you have one or two people that have intuition, they might say, hey, this doesn't look right. But how should they go about it? Should they go tell her directly that this person is throwing you a surprise? But the money part, I agree. The money part is a little weird.
The money part is weird. Surprise, okay. Surprise is different. Not on money part. Money part is what I'm talking about. It can be everybody in a circle he borrowed money for. He doesn't even have shame. Everybody.
Yeah.
No. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not like that. Like, I don't have people like that. Something is going to give. Something is going to show. Like, and they were traveling, they were still lavishing all this money, and nobody said anything.
Yeah, nobody said anything. Nobody. So that's why earlier, if you notice at the beginning of the live stream, some people were saying Mumu family.
I said it too. Me too. I said it now.
Oh my God.
I
think it's this chick. I think nobody could tell her the truth. I think no one can tell her the truth. She's that type of chick that.
Why were they giving him money? They shouldn't have given him money.
They were hoping that she's about to marry. Everybody is desperate to get everybody married these days, so they don't want to spoil it for her. Especially that she's so in love. They might have never seen her like that in love with anybody before in the last 10 years that she's been an adult. She's 29 now.
How is your situation affecting my situation?
So
See, you need people like me around, though, because me, I don't know how to hold my tongue. As I'm maturing, I'm learning not to give
So if I come
unsolicited
to you, if I
advice.
come to you, one of my wife's friend, and I say, "Hey, I'm throwing a surprise party," it's not your own to go and tell her I'm throwing a surprise party
No,
now.
surprise party is different. I'm not talking about
No,
surprise party.
again, for context, it's because we were going through crisis, and she knew the timing was off for me to be throwing her a surprise party.
Okay, okay,
Yeah. So she knew, it's me thinking hindsight too. I hated her guts.
okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah,
no, I'm not talking of the money aspect. I'm talking of it's not adding up. You can't be owing people money and you're traveling here, you're doing all this. It's not adding up. It's
yeah.
not adding up. All
Borrow
I'm
money
saying.
is the line. Even the lesson I gave in the beginning, the mixing
Yeah,
of money together. At that
yeah.
point, that should be all kind of red flags. That
Uh-huh.
your radar should be going off, because even if it's a situation that's like, especially internationally long distance relationship, you don't know
Yeah,
this person. That's why this is not really a black and white thing. It could be a black guy. If you don't know
yeah.
them like that, and they start asking for money and random money, and they go all the way from being a multimillionaire, a chief executive somewhere, to borrowing $5,000 from you, that's all types of red flag. I would need some kind of verification, some kind of, you know. But this girl, she can't see past her desires, whatever she thought she had in this
The
situation.
girl or everybody around her, they all it seems like they all act like they are novice. All of them. It's not just the girl. Because you can't be asking, you can't be doing that and I'll give you back. No, it's not it doesn't add up. It's not
Yeah,
sustainable. It's not reliable. It's not human. In this current climate that we are in, that people just be giving out money like that. Like no, without
yeah,
question and timeline, and you look at the lifestyle. It's like me now going to ask somebody for money. Let's say I want 10K, and then in 2 weeks you see me on a yacht.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, let's move on to part three. We're getting closer. It's the same patterns after all. Guys, we're here. We're almost there. We're almost there. We'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number One Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +17323058577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to part 23 of the Danish Deception, our own prestige reaction here with her name is Onyeka and he. Okay, so some people have said she's looking for her own TV show. She wants to be the next Tisa Risa. So good luck to her on that. But these stories are too real. She went through this, maybe that would be a nice little payback. But she said she wanted to tell us because the guy said, I don't give a shit if you tell anyone. So she's telling. Let's continue into part 23. Biba, are you saying there's another $200,000 after part 23? I'm curious. Let me know in the chat.
Danish Deception, part 23. So at this point, I am feeling all the emotions. I'm feeling so much sadness. I'm feeling deep anger. I'm feeling so heartbroken. I'm feeling a little bit of relief because now I know there's not a question in my mind on who this person is and what he's done. Like I know exactly who he is, but the feeling that was taking over me completely, as you guys can imagine, is shame. I felt so ashamed. I felt like I didn't recognize the person that I had been for the past 3 years. And when you fall out of love with a psycho narcissist, it's disorienting and empowering at the same time. And it's almost like walking out of a dark room and experiencing sunlight.
Somebody said, did he take money from Smokey?
And that was when I told myself, I've been living in someone else's reality and I want my own back right now. So I pick up the phone, I call his sister, and it's on FaceTime. I'm bawling my eyes out, and she's just apologizing. She's like, I'm so sorry. She said, I felt as though he was living above his means, and this is always a sign, but when he's gambling and stealing from people. And I wanted to have a conversation with you, but I didn't know if you were going to believe me. And he had told the whole family that he had told you about his gambling addiction and about everything in his past. And I told her, I said that wasn't the case. And she said, well, yeah, his addiction got really, really bad about 10 years ago. He owed money to some really dangerous people. They actually threw a brick through his parents' window, and they chased his friend through the streets with a knife. And she's a police officer, so she wanted to protect him. So she actually went and met with these like dangerous loan sharks and figured out a payment plan for them. And then my ex got a job in China, and then he moved to Shanghai and didn't pay anyone back. And he owed money to his parents. He owed money to tons of people. I did not know any of this. I just knew he owed money to his best friend at the time, and obviously crypto. So I thought these were like small, obviously not small, it's a large amount of money, but I thought these were isolated incidents. I didn't know that this was a pattern. And she was like, once he moved to China, he was there for like 6 months. And then I started receiving messages from people in China. So he was conning people in China as well. So we are now at 3 continents. We have North America, Europe, and Asia. And I'm just completely mind blown. I said, well, how in the world did it get this bad? And she said, well, he got treatment about 10 years ago. And the specialists and the therapists and the counselors at this facility, they told the family that he had the worst gambling addiction that they had seen in their careers. And his family said nothing to me. So that conversation 100% deepened my anger and resentment towards the family. I've worked through a lot of that in therapy, but I still just cannot understand how this shit was not brought to me. But, then she proceeds to tell me this is why I don't have a relationship with him, because, I have kids now and I could see he has no desire to change, literally none. And I told her, he said that your family had all this money. She said, that's absolutely not true. We're very average middle-class family. And I also asked her, I was like, has he ever owned any property in Denmark ever? And she said he has never owned a single piece of property in Denmark in his life.
Stupid questions.
So I get off the phone with his sister, and then his ex is now available. So I call her and she answers, and I say hi, and she's very, very nice. And she just says, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I know how devastating it is. And she said, do you want to start or do you want me to start? And I said, I would love to hear about your experience and understand what you went through. And she started it off saying, okay, well, we were together for 7 years. And I was like, 7 years? He told me 4. So the first sentence that she said was already a lie.
Well, 7 years.
She said he stole money from me. He stole money from my parents. He stole money from my friends. And there's actually a colleague of my dad's that he took money from after meeting him one time. He met this man once and was able to get money from him. I was so shook at everything I was hearing. Obviously, it was her dog. That dog was hers. It was never his dog. She also told me that the godson of the plumber was never his godson. So that was also a lie. Obviously, he never invested in that plumbing business. That was all stupid, all lies. And I asked her, I was like, 7 years is a long time. Like, what pushed you to finally leave? She's like, I just realized he wasn't going to change. And, for a while I knew I should have left him, but I felt like I was just in deep sunk cost fallacy. I feel that too. And then I asked her, I was like, when did you guys break up? They broke up on December 23rd of 2022.
The same day you met him.
So do y'all remember that story about his dad being sick in the hospital and him getting in a fight with his sister?
Oh,
and
even
the back
better.
surgery and all the bullshit? It was all a lie. He was living with her. They broke up. She left him 4 months after we started dating. At this point, guys, I was numb. I couldn't even say this man cheated on me. I was he cheated on her. I was the other woman. And I was so numb to the cheating. I didn't even like, it was just like, okay, let's add something else to the list. I don't even think I cried. I was just like, well, what's next? Let's see. And it truly felt like for that 24 hours, I was living the same nightmare over and over and over and over again. So at that point, I'm like, it is time to fight. And for starters, I need a divorce. So I start looking up divorce attorneys on day one. And I actually had 2 meetings with the divorce attorneys while all of this was unfolding. So I truly felt like I was fighting for my life. And at the same time, I'm still reaching out to different people that have met him to see if they've given him money. And so I leave my cousin's house. I go back to my house and I'm with my cousin's wife and my sister and one of my friends. And at that point, I'm like, it is time for me to call my parents. And I was so nervous because I'm like, my parents at this time didn't even know that I was married. So now I have to tell them all these things.
They didn't know you were married. I could have guessed that one too. Elopers.
And so I get home, I call my dad and I'm telling him, hey, I need to talk to you. He's like, what's going on? I go, he's not coming back. And I proceed to tell him about the addiction, the money, everything. And then I asked my dad, I go, but please tell me he didn't take money from you. And my dad goes, don't worry about that right now. And then I was just on the floor screaming. Like, this is my family. This is my family. I didn't even know how to pick myself up. And then I heard my dad. I was on FaceTime with my dad and he just goes, you need to be strong. And I like,
no problem, Bumi. Thank you, Bumi.
Immediately get up, sit on the couch, and he looked at me. He's like, you need to be strong.
Oh my God.
Said, what he took is a drop in the bucket, and we're going to get through this as a family. And that was just, you guys, I have the best parents in the world. So then my mom comes home from work, and I talk to her on the phone. My dad had already told her, and I pick up the phone and I'm FaceTiming her too. And I'm like, Mom, I'm so sorry. And she goes, why are you sorry? You have no reason to be sorry. She goes, everyone that knows you knows your heart. And I love you. You're my daughter. And we're going to make it out of this stronger than ever. I have the best family, the best friends, the best support system, and this whole tragedy of a situation reminds me of that every single day. And I just, through all the darkness, they are my light. So I'm on the phone with my mom, just talking to her about everything. And then this name pops in my head. So there is this man and his wife is from Denmark, and she had found my ex on LinkedIn and was like, it's so rare that I meet other Danes in Dallas. Would love to have you and your wife over for dinner. So we went to dinner with them and they were so nice, so kind. And this man is extremely successful. They were living in a very nice home. And he just felt like he wanted to take my ex under his wing and he wanted to find him a great job. And he was also working in tech, similar to my ex. So this man had taken him to like car shows. He met billionaires and made so many connections through this man. He just really wanted to be a mentor for him. And so his name popped in my head and I was like, Mom, I got to get off the phone. So I get off the phone and I call him and I go, hey, it's Onyeka. And he goes, hey. And I go, is everything okay? He goes, how can I help you? And I go, did my ex take money from you? And he says, that motherfucker took $30,000 from me. And I was just so shook. Like, another victim, and this man was just trying to help him. That's all he was guilty of, was trying to help him. And so I asked him, I go, how did he get all this money from you? And he said, well, he told me he was investing in this land. He was building a quadruplex and he had to rerun the water lines and he was looking for investors. He said they had 10 to 15 business meetings before this man gave my ex a dime. And he said, listen, Onyeka, I'm a man that's found a lot of success in my life. I have $1.5 million worth of cars. I have $500,000 worth of watches. This man had to work hard to pull one over on me. He said, I have loaded guns in every single room in my house. I didn't know if this man was a part of a group. And I asked him, I go, why didn't you bring this up to me? He goes, well, Anyeka, you're Nigerian. Like, that's a scamming capital of the world. I didn't know if you were in on it. And that's when the irony hit me. I'm
scamming
Nigerian.
capital of the world.
Nigerian. I tell people it's my biggest flex. But the country's not perfect. We have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. But one of our weaknesses is that there's a ton of scammers. Versus Denmark, who's considered to be this prestigious, wealthy, happy country.
So the
fact that a Danish
how do you
man
say that
pulled
in
us over
English,
on a
please? How do you
Nigerian
say oh
or
God?
Nigerians
Oh God, you do
collectively,
not.
it just
How do you say that in
blew
English?
my
Marriott,
mind.
help me.
And that's when he says, I'm going to tell you something else that's probably going to blow your mind. And I said, what is it? And we will continue on in part 24.
Oh God, you idunlo oponu. The mom of us oponu. Exactly. Oh my God. Oh my God. We can't make this. I think Sister Rose think this is all made up. Can we make this kind of shit up? I don't know. Dumb as rocks. I don't know if you can make this up. I just don't know. Now, apparently, there's a $200,000 crypto scam that happened. I already found it. It happened in part 14. Once I finish the other parts, we're now going to move on to, at this point, let's move on to the other part, But of course, the parent didn't know she was married. Of course not. I know these people. See, there's part of it that she's making up. Her family knew who she was. They knew exactly that she's a stubborn coconut head that has an own idea of what she thinks her life is supposed to go, and she's not going to listen to anybody. And they've known that for a long time. And once she became an adult and went off to college, and she was coming back from college, they couldn't tell her nothing. So they just kind of let, she's an adult now, as long as she's safe, we're fine. So of course she will go and get married randomly without talking to people, because she's trying to protect an imagery or a story that's, obviously. There's many of them. Many of them are with men that will not necessarily scam them, but it might be a lifelong type of trauma, traumatic experience, So it's crazy. I have a question for you ladies. Would you rather take what she's gone through or take cheating? Remember in the beginning when she said, deal breaker, cheating. I would never take cheating. Would you rather take what she's taking right now or take cheating? If you had to choose one, that's my question for you. In the meanwhile, let's move on to part 24. We're gonna move on to part 24. Yes, let's keep moving a little bit faster. I'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number 1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, let's move on to part 24. Hey, but why did they give him money? He must be really good at what he does, right? It's not made up. Mommy David says it's not made up. D say, I am from Oduduwa Republic. Thankfully. Thank you, D. I appreciate you. But why did this give him money? Asking everyone why they didn't tell her is so irritating. What kind of options are this? I know it's a question. Would you take what she's accepting or accept cheating? Okay. That's the question. Would you accept what she's accepting or accept cheating? It's a jump question. Take it. Let's move on to part 24.
Danish deception, part 24. So I'm on the phone with his mentor friend, former friend, and he tells me, well, you want to know what else is going to blow your mind? And I said, sure, tell me. He goes, I actually filed a lawsuit against him.
Oh.
And I said, you did what? He said, I filed a lawsuit against him and I served him via courier. And I was like, wait, what? He had filed a lawsuit 3 months prior. And
so his name is Martin Fresgard Anderson.
You got served via courier. Like I was home, like I don't know if I was home, but and then I remembered a specific day where he walked to the door, received a package, and I asked him, or like an envelope, I asked him, I'm like, what is that? He said it was the incorporation documents for his LLC, which he had just formed the day before. And so I was like, damn, that was fast. He said, oh, I expedited them. No, he was just getting served. On top of that, before the mentor friend would give him any money, he wanted to get some collateral. So my ex, what does he do? He gives him the Rolex watches as collateral, which turn out to be fake. So him taking that $50,000
Rolex
to
is
the
fake.
village, yeah, he quite literally did not have anything to lose. The absolute worst part was that this man had just lost his job 4 days prior to getting conned, and his wife is sick. Let that sink in for a little bit. So that conversation with the mentor, I feel like that conversation really just shaped me and shaped my mindset. And it was right then when I realized that I need to fight back. So a lot of you are probably wondering, like, why are you putting this story out there? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you feel shame? Well, yeah, but is it worth me being silent if he can go out and continue to find more and more victims? Do the other victims deserve that? What if someone had done what I'm doing right now? I wouldn't be in this position. So I feel proud of myself that I can sit here and I can share with everyone the details of what happened to me so that we can prevent this from happening to other people.
Here we go.
And
she wants to save the rest of the world.
At the end of the day, silence is abusers' greatest weapon. It's time to take the power back.
He wants to save you guys.
At that point, I have now cut off
ladies.
all communication with my ex since the day before when I was just going off on him, calling him a coward and a lunatic. And he then proceeds to start sending me messages, begging for me back, telling me how much he loves me, telling me how
now, why
we
you
can
smiling? What's
work
funny
on
about that?
our relationship and get back to what we were. And let me just tell you, I have never had my phone blown up to this extent ever in my entire life. You guys want to take a gander? And it was hilarious because you could tell that so many of his messages came from ChatGPT. And I could tell, like it was so easy to tell. And obviously you guys don't need to see all the messages, but I will do you guys a solid and I will read you my favorite one. Nothing makes sense without you. We had so many plans ahead of us, some of which we can still get to do. Others we will miss. That's okay. We have an entire life together right in front of us if you want it. You are perfect and required not to change a single thing. I have many battles to fight and overcome. I will rise from this stronger than ever if you choose to stand by my side while I go to war for you, for us. I'm aware of the fact that a lot of people hate me for what I've put you through, what I've put them through, family members and friends. But I also know that a lot of them are good people whom over time will forgive my actions if I make the right amends. Many of the same people have witnessed my love, loyalty, and generosity, even when I had very little to give. I am devoted to change for you, for everyone around you. I will put all my pride aside and show you that we can come back from this if you'll let me. You might think I sound crazy, delusional to think I stand a chance. I am crazy in love with you. I'll go through extreme lengths to show you that. And y'all, he ended every single message with this one part. I love you. I will always love you with all of my heart. I'll go to the end of the world for you. An actual psychopath. It's funny because I actually put that message in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was like, "This is emotionally manipulative. He's minimizing
So
the
you two
emotional
use
financial
ChatGPT.
damage he's
What's the
caused by
difference?
saying that everyone's going to make amends with him. He puts you on a pedestal, telling you you're perfect, so that you'll feel like you need to fix him.
What did you say to
He's saying that
ChatGPT?
he's
What
almost
was
like
your
a
prompt?
hero because he's going to go to war for you. And no, I didn't talk to my people, but I should have been talking to ChatGPT because he would have known.
She's just as
He would have talked some
manipulative.
sense into me.
If
So I
not
hired
worse.
a lawyer less than a week after everything went down. He was referred to me by one of my friends. You know who you are. Thank you again. And my lawyer was a wonderful, he was so good. We were able to file the petition, file for divorce. And he said, listen, it might be easier to make this thing just go quickly if we can just get him to sign. And it worked out so well because I live in Texas, which is a separate property state. So my house, which I purchased before I met him, was my home for the taking, and he could not have any piece of it. And I had not put his name on the deed. I was about to, but I didn't. Thank you, God. Obviously, my car was mine. So really, he couldn't take anything from me, which made me
Except
very,
the
very happy.
$300,000.
So we filed the petition, and I didn't hear from my ex for quite some time. And I'm sitting in a therapy session, and I get a text from him after not hearing from him for about a week. And he's basically saying that, you know, he still loves me and he really wants me back, but he also really needs his passport and his green card back. And he says, just so you know, it's illegal to hold on to someone's passport and green card. And I was like, you want to talk to me about legality? And then he said, talk to me, text me back. He goes, file a lawsuit with me or work with me. And I'm like, you want to talk to me about lawsuits? And so I reached out to my lawyer. I'm like, hey, what's going on with the docs? Like, do you think it's gonna be happening soon? And he was working so fast. Him and his associate were working so quick. And he said, actually, I think I'm gonna have them done this week. But it'd be so much quicker if we just get him to sign. And I was like, honestly, I am down. I will meet with him just one time to get it signed. And I was talking to one of my friends about it, my friend Chris, and he said, Anika, I will go meet him for you. And I was like, are you sure? He said, yes. I'm like, thank you so much. So my ex starts blowing me up, and I text my friend. I go, please send him a message just to say the divorce documents will be ready for you to sign this week, and then I will be able to provide you with my passport. It wasn't a sign these in order to get your passport. There was no duress. Got to say that for legal reasons. There was no duress. And then he texts me and he goes, this is heartbreaking, because I don't think he actually thought I was going to file, which is insane. And then he proceeds to start blowing me up again.
Wow, was that the same one?
Round two. He's telling me he loves me and that he doesn't think we should give up on our rare love, and that he got a new job in Dallas and
more
he's
money
to provide for me, and yada. And I'm still not responding. And then he starts sending me voice memos. And the voice memos are getting kind of creepy because he's saying, I'm going crazy. I'm going out of my mind. I think I'm going to show up. And like, obviously I feel safe and I'm not scared of him. Like, I will beat him if he shows up. I'm not scared. And he sends me a voice memo saying, good morning. I love you. And I'll see you very soon. And I said, what do you mean see you very soon? So I sent a message to my neighbor. I go, hey, if my ex shows up, I'm gonna need you to tell him to leave. She said, I got you. I'm ready. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So Saturday comes around, and now we're like in the middle of September, and I'm walking my dog. I had just walked out of the house, and I look up, and there's an SUV pulling up right next to me. And I look up, and there's my ex. And we will continue on in part 25.
What is this smile on her face? What is this smile on her face? I'm just curious. So I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm going to just go ahead and move on to part 25 so we can get this rounded up, because at this point I think we've seen a pattern. Yeah, I think so. Of course he's begging to get her back, probably because he's like, wait, I wasn't done. There's more money here, right? Or maybe it's now the question is that, can we really consider this a scam artist, or this is just, I don't know what question I'm trying to ask. Anyway, let me just let's move on. I'll be right back, guys.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books: Get My Marriage Back and #1 Red Flag, yours free info@manoprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back to Danish Deception with Onyeka, part 25. Let's have it.
The Danish Deception, part 25. So I look up, I see him, and we make eye contact, and there's one split second where he looks at me, and then he says, "Hey, babe, can we talk?" And then I proceeded to scream bloody murder. And when I say scream bloody murder, I mean people are stopping on the road and they think I'm about to get kidnapped. Bloody murder.
Hey, babe, can we talk?
And, well, I can demonstrate it for you. Get the fuck away from me! Fuck yes! Fuck yeah! Get the fuck away from me! I'm sorry, guys. I had to do that because I needed you guys to understand what I meant. But like times that volume by like 100. I was screaming bloody murder. And then he speeds off and drives away. And then he texted me, "Okay, I get it. I love you. That's all. I won't do that again. My heart is bleeding, and I don't understand that you want to give up on love. But if that's your decision, so be it. Goodbye, babe. It was always just love. Even me coming by." And then I sent him a text because, I've been ignoring him for weeks now. So I was like, maybe I need to just send him a message so he knows how I really feel.
Why is he not blocked?
This is the last message I have ever sent him. "Do not ever show up to my home again. I do not want to see you. I do not want to be with you. I do not love you anymore. Nothing you can say or do will ever change that. You make me sick. Someone capable of the evil you've committed on my life and the lives of so many is not capable of redemption. This divorce is happening whether you want it to or not." And then in all caps, "Leave me the fuck alone." And all he responded was, "I understand now." So that was obviously a very traumatic experience for me. I immediately drove to my friend Priscilla's house and I was just crying and shaking because I just could not believe I was in person with him, like that I had seen him in person. It was just, I was shaken, but I also felt good because I always kind of wondered, like, what if he does pull up? Like, how am I going to feel? And it was just anger, just hot rage. So I'm good with that. Later on that night, it was my really good friend Nicole's birthday party. And something you guys should know is for that month, I was completely depressed. I barely got out of bed. I tried to stay active, but it was really bad. I just laid in my bed and watched Criminal Minds for like a month straight. And this was actually my first time going back out into society for this birthday dinner. And we go to this restaurant, and let me tell you, it was a traumatic day, but I was like, I will cut off my right arm before I miss this birthday dinner because this friend, Nicole, she has been there for me tremendously. And I love her so much. I would not miss this dinner for the world. And so we go to dinner, have a great dinner. Afterwards, we were grabbing drinks at a cocktail bar, having fun. It's like about to close. It's like 1:30, but it closes at 2. But around 1:30, I was feeling a little bit tired. So I was like, I'm going to go home. And so I go home, and the next morning I go to church, and I get a text from Nicole, and she said, "Can you call me after you get done with church?" And I said, "Of course." So I get home, and then I call her, and she's like, "Hey," and I was like, "What's up?" And she's like, I just, and I'm like, "What? Come out with it." And she's like, "Oh," and I was like, "Why don't you just come over?" She's like, "Okay, I'll come over." So she comes over, and I'm like, I'm wondering what she needs to tell me that's so like uncomfortable. She can't tell me over the phone. She walks into my house. She sits down and she looks at me and she says, "I saw your ex last night." And I was like, "I was with you till 1:30. Where did you see him?" She was like, "My building." And she lives in a building that is residences and a hotel and like restaurants and a cocktail bar. There's a lot of people in this establishment. And she was getting home because she lives in the residences. And she saw my ex with a woman that, let me just say, based on the way she was described to me, I would think she was a street hooker, 100%. And it was also kind of communicated to me that she might be like a 1 out of 10. And my ex was with her, and he was holding her jacket and getting cash out of the ATM at 2:15 in the morning. So, you know, we all have our guesses on what that could have been. So she tells me, and I'm like, okay, so cool. He's hanging out with prostitutes in public. Love that. And at this point, I had not announced our breakup. And you guys know I did a post telling people we weren't together. This was like before that. And so
why are you calling her name?
I felt so disrespected because, you know, people know me in Dallas and they're going to see him and see him with a hooker. And it's just so disrespectful to me. And I'm like, after everything you've done, like, you're still going, you're still not finished.
That's your biggest concern.
And so I sent a message to his sister just saying that I'm absolutely disgusted with him. So I tell her everything. And my friend actually got photographs of this man holding her jacket. Like, she got the photos. And she asked me, are you comfortable with me reaching out to him and letting him know? I said, absolutely, I don't care. So she reaches out to him. And then he sends me a text and says, I was not buying sex last night. I was buying weed. He said, I was having a really dark night, and for the first time in a long time, I went out to drink, and I haven't been sleeping, and I met someone that would sell me weed so I could finally sleep again. I don't appreciate you going with that information to my family. And then he said, called out my friend by name, and Nicole needs to watch her mouth because she was looking all drugged up. He didn't know that I was with her 30 minutes before she saw him. She was sober. We had like 4 glasses of wine that night. So she got drugged within 30 minutes. Oh, and she was also able to take 15 pictures of you holding the prostitute's jacket. Mind you, he's also texting another.
Did she sorry to interject that. Did she send 15 pictures to you to see, or she described it, and based on the description, it was 1 out of 10? Let's continue.
One of our friends, Rob, one of the other victims that he used to be good friends with, saying, I can't believe Onyeka would ever think I'd be with a prostitute. That girl was actually a doctor. And he also sends a screenshot of the receipt of his withdrawal, and it was $40. And I'm thinking there's 3 different options. Number 1, he saw my friend and he was like, let me take out a small withdrawal so I have something to back up my lie.
What?
And he clearly saw her because he called her out.
He really thinks so much of herself.
Number 2, he was conning the prostitute and he said, hey, I only have $40 right now, but I'll pay you back the rest. Something with his Danish account. Bullshit. I don't know. And number 3, the prostitute was $40. Could be any of those 3 options. So obviously I was hurt by the situation, but it just, at this point, I'm not even surprised because this man is crazy. I allowed myself to shed 1 tear and then I was like, I'm done.
You allowed yourself to shed just 1 tear.
The following week, my friend Chris met up with him and he signed the divorce papers and had no problem with anything that I put in there.
And now you're casting everybody.
That was the greatest day. And my divorce was officially finalized on November 4th of 2025.
Just yesterday.
I'm happy and I'm excited to move on. And I'll have a little conclusion video at the end of this, but I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for being here and letting me bare my soul to you guys. This has been the most difficult thing I have ever done in my life. And y'all's support means the world to me. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope you guys enjoyed the Danish deception.
Let me read this comment. Somebody said 3 months no vacation. I know it must have been rough. Somebody said, so whatever happened with the whole seizure situation? So I said, failing to understand the relevance of the street or story. And so I said, wait, like this November that we're in right now, this whole thing just ended. So I said, just so y'all know, we're all here because she didn't want this man, thinking she was using him for his money. And then somebody said, a 1 out of 10? How is this even relevant? So I said, from Monaco and royalty to 0.34 cents. Sorry, 34 cents. I'm buying street cat. You didn't have to call the other babe a 1 out of 10 though. It's lack of emotional intelligence. Not them. Not them. Mara says, congratulations, Onyeka. I don't feel bad for calling out Habanga fish fingers now. Now, listen. Let me see. I think there's a part 26. We'll be right. We're rounding up. I promise. We're rounding up because this has been a long one, almost 5 hours. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoy this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number One Red Flag. Yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, welcome back. So I'm going to use this last segment. I'm going to use it to play also the part about the $200,000 crypto. Shout out to Biba for pointing that out. All right. So, but let's listen to this one. Is very short. It's a 2 minutes and 35 seconds conclusion part, and then we'll listen to the other 14 minutes video, and then the part 14, and then we just call it a day. Okay. So, what time is it? Wow, 6:39 p.m. Okay.
Welcome to the Danish Deception, the conclusion. So I just wanted to make a quick video to kind of like put a little bow on top of this present I just gave y'all. I'm obviously not a psychologist, but I have diagnosed him myself with narcissistic borderline personality disorder. If you're a psychologist, I'd love to know your thoughts, so comment below. But 100% I think he has that mental disorder in addition to his gambling addiction, which is just a recipe for disaster. I know a lot of you are wondering how
explain because no evidence.
How the hell did this man con this many people? And this is what I think. Someone might disagree with me. Number one, his looks. He's a very charming, charismatic man. I've mentioned that multiple times. He's highly, highly, highly intelligent. He knows how to play with people's weaknesses. Like, I think that's why every single person he reached out to, he had different lies. He was a great listener and it was really easy to connect with him. And because of that, he was able to build so much trust with all of these people. And him being from Denmark didn't help. I feel like that piece was very critical in all of his different cons. I don't know how he conned people in Denmark. I'm sure he had some other way to do it, but yes, I have already received a lot of messages from people saying that my ex also conned them. I actually talked to a girl that dated him while he was with me and his ex. So now there's someone that was added into that mix. I also know that there's a group of people at a company he used to work with, and he conned tens of thousands of dollars from that company, and he actually ended up getting fired. So I'm learning a lot. Another ex-girlfriend reached out to me. I'm learning a lot. So at this time, I'm going to tell all of you, I'm not collecting tips because I'm building a case. My goal is to get this man in prison. He does not deserve to be a part of society.
Really?
And I'm trying to build up as much evidence as I possibly can. I'm not going to name his name. I don't need to. But if you have any tips, or if you've also been a victim of this psychopath, send an email to danishdeceptiontips@gmail.com. Side note, should I share with you guys the tips as I get them? Could that be like a little fun segment? Maybe comment below if that's something you'd be into. And now that concludes the Danish Deception. Thank you and have a great night.
No, we don't. We don't need to know the tips. Yeah, we've had enough. But I want to play that part 14. Yeah, let me play the part 14. There we go. Oh, he took money from Smokey too, apparently. Keep in mind, we jump right back into part 14 just to hear the $200,000 scam part, okay? And hopefully it's in. I think I found it. But I'm looking at some of the subsequent videos she did after. Her caption says, "Victim blaming, protect the scammer, not the victim. Do better." Oh, all of this has been muted, though. I'm just seeing for the first time. Okay, so let me refresh. Okay, let me refresh. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Let's see. No, cancel. I'll be right back. I'm going to pay bills and then I'll be right back.
This is Ola, man of Prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoy this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and Number One Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.
All right, we're back. Let me have that back on and let's do it. So this is the part 14 again.
To tell this part of the series. Okay. So he leaves the house, he goes to a hotel, and I'm so baffled and confused. And like the messages he's sending me are just so insane. And this is a side to him that I've never seen before. And I remember I called my best friend, Sarah, that was living in Germany at the time because of the time difference. She was awake and I'm just bawling my eyes out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And like, she comforted me a lot, but I just was hurt and upset and angry. Just why is he treating me like this? And so next day he says that he's going to come back and get some more of his things and go back to the hotel. And so I'm like, we're still doing this? And he comes over and I'm like, can we have a conversation? He's like, what's there to talk about? Like, I don't know what to talk about. Like, you disrespected me last night. And at this point, I'm like, let's have a conversation about it. And he's like, it's being extremely stubborn about the situation. But over time, he finally is like, okay, it's fine. Like, I'll unpack my bags. I'll stay. And I'm obviously pissed off that he just dropped $1,000.
Sorry, still no audio. Can you guys hear the audio? We got the audio back, right? Correct? We should have the audio back now. Let me know if you got the audio back, guys. Let's see. We should have the audio back now. Let's see. Oh, audio's back. Let's keep going. All right. Where is it? All right, here we go.
On a hotel room, which he spent like $1,500 the night before for our anniversary and just dropped another $1,000 on a hotel room. It's just like spending money so unnecessarily, and it's making me
whose money
so
is all
mad.
of this?
I was like, I just want to keep the peace, so I let it go. And even though I'm still very confused at why he's behaving this way. So a couple days go by and I get a message from one of my really, really good girlfriends, and she says, hey, I've been wanting to reach out to you for some time, but did you know that your ex owes my husband $200,000? And I remember I was like eating lunch. I was next to my ex, I was eating lunch, and I'm just like, I read this message and I couldn't breathe. Like, I literally could not breathe. And I look at him, I go, what the fuck is this? And he was like, oh, well, you know, we were working this crypto deal where we were selling watches at a profit, and he's being super picky about how much profit he wants to get. I'm trying to find the right buyer, but I'll find it and we'll be fine. And I was like, so you kept that, you have this money that you owe this man and you lied to me about it? He's like, well, money's currently in watches and it's going to be fine. Like, I just need to sell them. And so I was like, okay. even though like it's like red flags after red
Fake
flags,
what
like,
is
there's something up. So I'm really upset at this point because you don't borrow money from a friend, this amount of money from a friend, and not discuss it with your wife. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm really upset with you that like you didn't talk to me about this, but you know, it's fine. Well, I didn't say it's fine. I just said, this is unacceptable. And I remember that day we really didn't communicate much with each other. We weren't like screaming or fighting with each other. I just like really decided that I wanted to distance myself from him. What he did not know was that I was going to message my friend separately and ask her to ask her husband if the story that was communicated to me by my ex was true. So I asked her, and she responds to me and says, no, this is not correct. And at this point, it's the husband that's communicating. And for the purposes of this playlist and series, I'm going to refer to these individuals as Crypto and Crypto's wife. So Crypto is the one that's responding, and he's saying, no, none of this is true. He told me he had the watch just sold a long time ago. He told me he was going to transfer the money, and I've been asking him, and he's been giving me the turnaround time. And, you know, when his dad was in the hospital, I was trying to be respectful, but also like, you know, this is affecting my work because he works very much in crypto. And so I'm reading these messages and I'm still reading it. And I get to the end, and he said, and just so you know, I had someone look into the wallet that I sent money to, and it's been linked to a gambling website since 2023. And that's when I realized that he was gambling. And in that moment, I just fully collapsed to the ground. I remember I was in the kitchen, and it was like I couldn't even stand anymore. Like I just collapsed to the ground, and I'm just like crying. He's like, what is it? I'm like, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. You're gambling. And he was like, no, I'm not. Like, still lying. And I'm just like, just tell me the truth. Be honest with me for once in your life. Tell me the truth. And he's like, I promise you, I'm not gambling. And then I grab his face and I pull it to me and I scream in his face. I said, tell me the fucking truth. And he looks at me and he goes, okay, I've been gambling. And honestly, I was just quiet. Like it was just 30 seconds of just silence. And this next part is going to make you all a little confused, but I actually had a showing 30 minutes after that exact moment. So I went upstairs, I changed, and I grabbed my keys and I left the house. And I went and showed a house. And it was the most bizarre thing ever. Like I was in front of clients smiling, even though like everything around me felt like it was crumbling. So he's obviously texted me like, please like come home after your showing. Like I want to have a conversation. And I'm saying, right now, I just feel like I can't talk to you. So I went to a park and I called my best friend, Natalie, and I told her, I was like, hey, I have some news for you. She's like, what's up? You can talk to me. And I told her, I said, he has a gambling addiction, and I just completely lose it. Sorry, you guys, I get emotional at this part. I just completely lose it. And like, Natalie's my best friend. I love her so much. And just being able to like have someone finally to like be open and honest about what was happening made me feel so good, because I felt like I could just release everything. And she was 100% there for me. She lives in New York, but she was like, whatever happens, I don't give a fuck about him. I give a fuck about you. So where do we go from here? And I was like, I don't know where we go. Like, I'm with this man that I love more than anything in the world. I find out he's been lying to me. I find out that he's stolen money from our friends, and I'm just like completely wrecked. I'm like, I don't know where to go from here. And she's like, something you need to know is that this is the rest of your life. This is it. This isn't something that just goes away. This is addiction. And she had experience with a gambling addiction specifically and has seen the damage it's caused. And so she said, this is the rest of your life. Whatever you decide, I will support you, but this will be the rest of your life. And so after that, I go inside the house and he's like, I want to talk. And I'm like, I like still was not ready to talk to him. but I decided to call Crypto's wife, who's my good friend. And I talked to her on the phone, and the first thing I said, I just started bawling my eyes out. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I felt so much guilt, like, that I didn't know that all this stuff was happening, and I had no idea. And I just told her, I'm so sorry. And let me just take a moment and tell you, I don't know if Crypto and Crypto's wife are going to come forward, but they are two of the most beautiful people I've ever known in my entire life. And after what they went through, like, they had every right to, like, go to the police and ruin our lives. And instead they had empathy and they had love for me. And they're just like, whatever we can do to support you, like, money comes and goes. Obviously, we'll figure that out later, but what can we do to support you? And I just was like, I don't know how to be with someone that lies to me and that I don't trust. Like, I don't know what to do. But, you know, at the same time, like, I got married. We said our vows, and we said in sickness and in health, and this is a sickness. And I have no experience with addiction at all. None, zero. Like, I don't even know where to begin. And so I just start doing research and, like, looking at, like, podcasts and reading books. And at this point, I'm still very much distancing myself from him. And then I look up a Gamblers Anonymous meeting, and I find one here in Dallas, and it was an open meeting happening. And I told him, I said, you know, it's still really hard for me to, like, talk with you, but let's go to this GA meeting. And so we go to the GA meeting. Everyone's, like, going around circle, telling their stories. I'm just bawling my eyes out during this whole entire thing because I'm hearing, like, the saddest stories, and I'm hearing, like, the most beautiful success stories. And so in a way, it, like, made me understand the depth of what I was going through, but it also gave me hope. And so I, for some reason, still felt like there was, like, a lot that I didn't know about him. Like, there was stuff missing in my gut and my soul. And I kept asking him, is there anything else you need to tell me? Is there anything else you need to tell me? He said no. At this point, I am still in constant communication with Crypto and Crypto's wife. And Crypto tells me, I was wondering, how would you feel about me hiring a PI to look into his past? And I said, 100%, please do it. And we will continue on in part 15. The Danish Deception, part 14.
All right.
I have Smokey here.
We will not be doing that. We're going to call it a day. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to all of you for hanging out with me. We're right about 5 hours. I knew it was going to be long. I was suspecting it might be longer, but of course, as you can see, I got to a point I had to start cutting it short. So, of course, we did. All right. So, but that's our own little precise take on the Danish Deception by Onyeka. I hope you guys learn one or two things from that. I really do. Here's the thing. While we're at that, we're rounding up. I promise we're rounding up. But just in case you know who this guy is, he's finally revealed his girl. What did happen here now? Let's see if we can make this happen. Yeah. So yeah, he's finally revealed this lady, Lataras of is that how to pronounce it? Lataras of their future wife. So it was actually a live stream that was going on at the same time that we were live streaming. So if you want to leave the show and go ahead and watch that, I think it's like an hour and change, But yeah, that's her. So Lataras is finally, dear future wifey, the podcast is finally married. Is off the market. All right. So with that being said, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The lesson is very, very simple. I think I already covered it in the beginning. If you want to put the details, feel free to go back and go check that out. Okay. But I really do think those 4 points I left with you earlier on, if I can do like a quick review, I think is key. If you are vetting either a wife or husband, it really doesn't make that much difference. It's slightly different, but just a little bit. just a little bit different. But it's, this thing is actually very, it's simple but complicated at the same time. I know it sounds like both sides of my mouth, but it's simple but complicated at the same time. But I think pride played a part here. I think she was hiding a lot of stuff for as long as she could until it fell on her face. I think that pride is still in operation. I think she hasn't really taken the time to process, because how can you divorce November 4th and you're outside already telling the world the story? I don't feel a sense of accountability there. Now, obviously, we can't really ask the guy for accountability because we haven't heard his own side of the story. But it's obvious that he was a fuckboy, a deadbeat. That, just based off of our story, that one should be obvious. Okay. But like I was saying, pride is something to pay attention to here. Obviously, expectations should only be set on yourself, and you need to, when it comes to these topics, you need to really, really pay attention to the level of work you're doing on yourself. You need to focus on what your expectation when you're getting to know a person. Your expectation of them, you should at least see some level of independent stability. You want to make sure that when you call yourself a contributor to other people's life, that you're not just dealing with codependency, like a chronic bad version of codependency. You want to make sure you're not dealing with that, because many of you will engage these relationships that you are pouring from an empty cup, but you call yourself, my heart, my heart. Auntie, that your heart, be careful with it. Be very, very careful with it. The last two of that I really want to highlight here is that the basic human need, the significance is low value basic human need. We all need it. We like it, but it's really low value. It's something that you need to make sure you're seeking from inside out. If you are seeking outside or external validation, it can turn out to be a terrible story. And when it's time to stop, your pride may stop you from stopping. Your pride may actually prevent you from stopping. Okay? So I hope that was valuable enough. If it is, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. We'll see you very, very soon. I promise. Talk soon. Bye now.
This is Ola, man of prestige, your favorite relationship and marriage coach. If you enjoyed this, smash that like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs it. Be a part of the Prestige family. My wife Lola and I have written 2 powerful books, Get My Marriage Back and #1 Red Flag, yours free at manofprestige.com. For personal coaching, send me a WhatsApp request for consultation to +1 732 305 8577. Stay tuned for more. Your journey to love and prestige starts here.